Welcome to Game Changer Weekly. John, how are you doing this Tuesday evening?
Dude, it's a beautiful night out here in Las Vegas, nice and warm. How you doing tonight, man?
I am doing good, and we have a special guest with us tonight as Chip from WrestleDads is on, and he's going to go over what his experience was and his child's experience was at GCW in Cleveland. I think that was the Now and Forever show that happened this past weekend. So he's got a lot of good stories, and he will be joining us tonight. And yeah, I lot of hear good stories tonight. How you doing tonight, Chip?
I'm doing awesome, man. Like, it's raining right now on the East Coast in Pittsburgh, but we're okay. 11 p.m. I'm usually up, so we're good to go.
Yes.
Well, thanks
Yeah.
for coming on, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, dude. It was one of the best experiences I've had in like my 30 plus years of wrestling. Like, and it didn't even involve me; it involved my children. So it was awesome.
Yeah,
It was near to the heart.
Yeah, and we will have a lot to talk about there. I know that feeling, obviously, with my son and Jordan a lot of years ago. That changes a lot of stuff there. It changes like not perspective and stuff, but like seeing someone else enjoy it and go through it and be involved in the show is a lot different as a father for your kid to see. So yeah, that was pretty cool to see on TV, and catching that live was awesome.
So here's our first comment of the night from, okay, I want to say it right because I think it reminds me of Home Alone 2. Larry. He said it's pouring in Manhattan right now. So we'll go with Larry until we come up with another name. I have a small piece of news here I wanted to share with everyone. I know, Brant, you knew this because you're a huge Jordan Oliver fan. Jordan Oliver announced on X he'll be having surgery tomorrow. All of us here at Game Changer Weekly wish to give him we just wish him the quickest of recoveries. I also hope I can talk a little better tonight than that. But GCW fan base definitely missed Jordan Oliver, and we're really looking forward to having him back as soon as possible.
Yeah, that was I think it's finalized now. I'm fully bought in now. He's really hurt, and all my hopes for comebacks shortly and get after Charles Mason has to be put on hold. But it seems like that will be the feud when Jordan does come back, and I'm excited. But yeah, well wishes to Jordan and speedy recovery. And yeah, that's a pretty big injury there that he has, and pretty big surgery coming up. So hopefully everything goes well.
Right there again. See you next year, Jordan. Yeah, that's
Dominic.
Sadly, that's what's going on. Yeah, Dominic coming in here
just
for a second. They found you, Brant. You're gonna.
I got family everywhere coming in here. It's awesome.
Dang, from Niagara Falls. Yeah, I'm originally from Cleveland, and you got Chip over there from Pittsburgh. So you're surrounded by Midwesterners right now. Sorry. Oh, so GCW's Now and Forever. Ready to roll on with that one here?
All right. Yes. GCW Now and Forever coming to us from the Temple Live Asylum in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, Cleveland is the home territory of Absolute Intense Wrestling. The venue, the Temple Live Asylum Room, is beautiful. For me, I think it's a touch large, but if you can fill it up, it would be amazing. I'm sure the acoustics were great. The circular shape of the seating gives me vibes of Center Stage in Atlanta. Kind of have that feeling there. I'm going to stop right there because I want to kind of throw it to Chip and kind of, talk to us about, driving up there and walking into the building and, how'd you feel? Tell us about the Temple Live Asylum.
Dude, when I pulled in, I was like, Jesus, this is pretty freaking big. And then we walked in, and then it's kind of like a little maze. We had to like go through a walkway. Like you walk into it's like a big like theater way. And then we had all the talent with their tables doing their merch and all that. And then you walk through this little tunnel, and then you get to the concession stand, and then it's this huge theater, dude. Like, it was awesome. Like, the sound was perfect. Like, my only question was the guardrail there. Was that an Ohio thing? Like, for wrestling? Like, they had to have that rail?
Possibly. Off the top of my head, Brant, do you remember any of the Columbus shows when they had Unsanctioned Pro? Did they have rails?
I want to,
because if it's an Ohio thing, then Columbus.
That Valley Dale, like, isn't that in Ohio? Like that cool, like it's like kind of just like ballroom, but it had like the plants and like the kind of lights that I kind of enjoyed. Yes. I think Yeah, I think they did have it. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Like that's why I was gonna kind of ask Chip there if you've
Great.
ever been to that place before.
Great one answered right here. He said, yes, the guardrail
they
was a
mentioned it on
commission
commentary.
deal. They mentioned it on commentary. Great one here for that. Also, Rose, I'm over here now. Larry, you've become famous already tonight. So yeah, the guardrail was a commission deal.
Okay.
Very cool. Again, great one. Thank you. Always coming through with the facts. Appreciate
So was that your
a
first
lot.
time there, Chip?
Oh, at that
Yeah.
venue, yeah, that was the first time I was ever been there. So when I saw the rail, I was like, wait a minute, I've been to like 4 GCW shows. They don't have rails. Like, what's going on here? Like, even the
Yeah.
boys noticed. They're like, oh, duh. And I was like, we'll be all right. I was like, we'll be good. Like, no worries. Like, we can see over top of it. But I was like taken back a little bit by it. And I was like, that's my only negative thing I could say about the venue, to be honest. Like, the stage was perfect. Like, the sound was perfect. Like, everything was good. Like, the crowd was good. The card was amazing. Like, in my personal opinion, I thought it was more entertaining than SummerSlam. But that's could just be
A lot more
because
action.
yeah, I love GCW.
More wrestling.
Yeah. I mean, it could be because I'm biased because my kids were involved and part of the show, but like seeing Zilla right up close and personal and everybody right there, like you can't beat that. Like that's the best way to watch wrestling.
So I have to ask, did you go to SummerSlam?
We did. Yeah. We
Dude.
were on we were like in the 100 level, like right as so if it rained, we would have been good. Like that little like baseball
nice.
cap of the stadium, you know, like we were like right under there on the first level. Like it was perfect. We had pretty good seats. Like I loved it. It was like the entrance was like right to our left. So as soon as they came out, we could see them perfectly. And then they walked like right in front of us, like right to the ring. And it was right there.
Wow. So you witnessed 2 amazing returns this weekend. I want to talk about the first one though. We'll talk about the other one later, but Roman Reigns, you have to I would need to hear someone's firsthand experience from because I'm not a huge Roman Reigns fan. I like him. I think he's good. After that entrance, that was just freaking amazing. I'm like, I am bought in now on Roman Reigns. Like, I'm now a giant Roman Reigns fan. Yep, Rose, I got my ones in the air. How was that just experiencing that live?
Oh, dude, like it was rumbling. Like it was kind of predictable. Like everybody was cheering for it all night long. And then when it actually was coming to it, we were like, oh my God, it's happening. And then like everybody was screaming. Everybody had their phones out. Everybody was recording it. And then when it actually happened, it was just like, yeah, he's the greatest. Like he's the best. There's the reason why he was the champion for 3 years. Like he's so good.
Yeah, that before the spirit. Like I said, I'm not a giant Roman Reigns fan, but I had to go back and rewind that and put my headphones on, turn it all the way just to like immerse myself in there because it just like gave me goosebumps. That was awesome to see, and it's cool that you were able to witness that too live and being experienced there.
Oh, my kids went nuts. And like I know we put it up on our YouTube so you can see it like from like our point of view, like how it happened.
Oh,
like,
cool.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
I
it was
have to check
pretty
that
good.
out.
Yeah, great one says that's the Roman reaction that Vince tried to get for several years and utterly failed. You want to talk about truth there.
When
Also,
you let the man
Frank
speak
Waldorf.
his words.
Yeah, Frank Waldorf in the building tonight too here. Dominic Box, Triple H got that pop. Let's see, got the pop that Vince tried so hard but couldn't get also. Dang, man. Yeah. I could see where this could turn into some WWE talk real quick on accident. So that was the first return.
Yeah, we will talk about the next return later. That one gave me goosebumps just as well, though.
So you know what? I'll ask Chip. How long have you been watching GCW? Because I'm wondering if he knows about the second return, like if he's watched.
See that one I didn't know what you're talking about. So it's been almost 2 years. So
okay, then he's familiar. We were talking about Justice coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like, yeah, when he came back, I was like, oh, all right, this is going to be sweet because I was against Mance. Like, it was, for sure.
Okay, good. We were making sure that it was like something you knew or yet. And you always have to ask people how long they've been watching because so much goes on in just 1 year. It's like, damn. All right, here. What else do we got going on? Oh, well, yeah, I'm good to go for the first match. Is there anything else you wanted to kind of cover beforehand, Brant?
Not that I know of. Anything do you want to cover, Chip, before we head into this first match here?
No,
Chip
we're
Chip
good.
wants to get his sponsors out of the way. He's like hers potato chips and Bud Light and all the good sponsors. He's sponsored by Marlboro, like all the big companies that used to sponsor football back in the days. Ford trucks. All right.
All right, first matchup of GCW's Now and Forever was a tag team match as Bang and Matthews go against the team of CPF making their return, which is Danny Black and Joe Lando. And I mentioned this last week when they announced it, I think right at the end of the podcast. We were able to announce it out loud, but that was one match I was really looking forward to. I'm a big CPF fan and everything they've done. So them and Bang and Matthews stylistically would match up just well. And yeah, they had a very exciting opening matchup.
All right. So my little write up here, I put two young teams, both flippy, high energy, and incredibly exciting to watch. That's what we were given in this match. I'll do a quick little rundown of CPF. That stands for Close Personal Friends. Their first match in GCW was March 31st of 2023 at Jimmy Lloyd's D-Generation F. They have two titles in their career, the UKPW Tag Team Champs, 231 days, and the BZW Tag Team Champs, 251 days. Me personally, I'm a big fan of Joe Lando, so anytime I can get Lando over here, he was injured and we haven't seen him for the longest time. So that was somebody I was really looking forward to see. On the Bang and Matthews side, I just wrote down here, they have become more regulars as openers and they bring the excitement required to be an opener at the GCW show. What are you guys thinking?
You can go ahead, Chip, since you were there. How do you think that first match was?
Oh, dude, it was awesome. I'm not too familiar with either one, to be honest. But when I saw their get up and how like they were built, I looked at my girlfriend, who's our cameraman and our camera woman, and I was like, "Babe, get ready." And she got a lot of good footage, so I'm just gonna need your two helps, like, because I'm not the greatest at finding a lot of these wrestlers' tags on Twitter. So it's like,
Yeah.
once I find the right tags, I'll upload it, and I have some good footage of them flipping through the air, like. They're athletic, and look out, what is it, CPF? Like I really like them, like close personal friends. Like they're fun to watch for sure.
I think this was like
dude,
a perfect. Oh, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, dude, DM me anytime if you ever have a question on a name or a tag, because I have quite a few of them. I can find it for you. Some of these guys accidentally get shadow banned or something, and they're even typing in their tag sometime, it's hard to bring their name up. So my wife has that issue all the time with pictures. So if you ever have an issue finding someone for a picture, just DM me and I can get you an answer on it.
Yeah. That's got like a glitch in X or Twitter, whatever people's calling it now. Like I'll be like trying to do a live tweet, and then for some reason I can't find the person in my tag list. And it's like, well, dude, I follow him, he follows me. Like, what do you like? I don't know.
That shadow ban is real out there in the wrestling Twitter. That's for sure.
Frank Waldorf says, I wonder if that was a hometown pop or if he's back on an ongoing basis when it comes to Justin.
I hope he's back.
Same.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course I had to do the humble brag of posting on Twitter as soon as I saw that Justice came back. That same clip that we said last week. That was the one name I wanted to see come back to see Mance Warner, but I didn't think it was possible because of obviously where he's at or been wrestling over the last year and the history between those two companies. But yeah, if they could somehow turn that into a ongoing basis and a nice return, I definitely I have notes here later of what I would like to see with Justice being done if he does come back full time. But that was a perfect, just even a hometown pop. I popped for sure. That was awesome.
Great one says, yeah, photo tagging is especially busted. Some handles just won't come up whether they allow tagging or not. That's the other thing. Some don't allow tagging. Obviously, if you're a public figure, you better be allowed to tag, but he's right there. Sometimes some of them, like I said, shadow ban, I think has been the big deal there. I forgot to announce our winner. Our winner here was Bang and Matthews, again, delivering another solid opener.
Yeah, I just had one thing to add there too. Like I thought it was perfect, obviously the stylistic matchup, but that just throws in another fun and exciting team into this whole tag division. And I think on the next show's notes, I got more on the tag and the tag scene and what's going on there. But yeah, that CPF was awesome to see, and I hopefully they come back a little bit more often or stay here a little bit longer than they previously had in GCW. That's for sure. Our next matchup was a surprise match, and it was Alley Catch going against Sunny Kiss.
Yeah, this match was unannounced, last minute addition. Or if this wasn't a last minute addition, this would have been heavily promoted. It's Sunny Kiss, fresh off of AEW just a couple months ago. Sunny looked to be in great shape. Both here I wrote in had a very physical matchup. Sunny was really stretching Allie's physical capabilities out, kept her on her toes. Those are the type of matches that I like Allie in, because I feel like I like to see her stretch to her limits, because it makes her a better wrestler, plain and simple. So that's what I have on this one.
Yeah, I wrote nice surprise match. Obviously, you can, since it wasn't announced, seeing Sunny Kiss get more ring time than in GCW than I think I've ever saw in AEW. It's been cool. Like I have kind of the same note from someone else later too, that we like. I'm glad that GCW is giving these people that didn't get a good shot, or at least enough of a chance to showcase what they could do in the ring on AEW or whatever company that they were on. But now that they're in GCW, like Sydney was the other one that was the other name that I have, kind of the same notes. So it's like Sunny Kiss and Sydney. It's cool to see those names get ring time and showcase what they were not able to showcase in their previous company. And that's why I think GCW has like such a strong foothold in just wrestling and just in general. And every time Effie says it, like, it's really the truth is like, you guys need GCW more than we need you guys to come down here. We are fine on our own. You guys just come down here and get your reps in, which is good. Like in Sunny Kiss's case, this is good, but like, when he's saying that stuff about Maharaja and Matt Cardona and stuff, like it makes more sense there. But I like seeing Sunny Kiss, Sydney, Fuego del Sol is another one to get way more opportunities in a GCW ring and just showcase their talent that weren't able to. So Sunny Kiss really has been doing really good lately, and this match with Ali was a good one, and I wrote a nice throw in for the fans.
What do you think, Chip? Anything stand out in that one to you ringside?
Allie's pop was pretty good. Like, Cleveland crowd loved her. Sunny, this was the third time I've seen her live, and she gets, like you were saying, B, like, gets more and more ring time every time. Like, the last time I saw her was at Enjoy. I think she was in the main event. She won the title at Enjoy Wrestling at the Immaculate show. So, like, she can ball, and I'm glad that they're, showing her talent. Like, it was a really good match. It was fun. We were into it as a crowd. Like, it was good.
And just like that, Great One says, I get the feeling they may have switched the card around with Joey not being there. Like, she may have been Mance's poison initially. That's a hell of an idea right there.
Yeah, us being live, not seeing Joey, we were questioning. We were like, oh, well, what are they going to do? Like, they announced that he wasn't there, and we were like, well, that's kind of a big thing. And I'm thinking of Homecoming, and I'm just like, oh boy, that might affect that. So,
yeah,
I was thinking the same thing when they were doing those announcements of Joey's not going to be there. My first thought too is, oh shit, Homecoming. Like, what's going to happen now?
Yeah.
Well, Ali ended up still pulling off the win here. It was kind of a short match. It's 7 minutes long. What I did like is at the end of this, Sunny got some recognition from the fans after the match. And, when let's just say you have a great job and you lose it, man, it really does feel nice to get back on the horse and do something, and then someone acknowledges it for what it is. And, Sunny needed that. And I think I love seeing that. Good words and good deeds go far. You know that. You both know that with podcasts.
And they might get that call back soon. We see Fuego del Sol back in Ring of Honor now, getting another shot. And finally, I think it's like Tony Khan's like, oh shit, like Fuego can wrestle. What was I doing with him before? Bring him back. Like, let's it's just mind blowing sometimes. Like when seeing some of the talent that's not being used on TV, and then they showcase their talents, and it's like, what were you guys missing out there? But it is wrestling and everything else. Yeah,
Danhausen completely mishandled. They could have really done something special with that man.
Yeah, I agree.
So I will put this up there just to quickly get some information out there. So new to GCW, any reason why they don't have a women's championship? So they do have a women's championship. It is Deonna Purrazzo's the GCW women's champion, but it just hasn't been defended in years. And I think what it is, they really just kind of are not separating it by genders. They're just putting matchups that are going to be good regardless of who the people are, and they're not just I don't want to use the word segregated, but like not putting women with women only and men with men only. They do a lot of what's it called?
Intergender.
There we go. Yeah, intergender matches, and they don't really kind of recognize that. It seems like especially more than as of late, I guess is a better way to say it.
I will be honest with you though, Darren. I had a talk last weekend with Bran about this, and we were talking about how all of the major companies have a women's division. And again, this is me just putting it out there, and it's not always going to be a popular opinion among some people. That's fair. I did a lot of research and history before I sat down to do this job, especially at Game Changer Weekly. And one of those facets were about women's wrestling and how stifled they've been to be able to even get out there and get in the ring. In London, I think it was the 80s before women were allowed to wrestle in a wrestling ring. So for me, my opinion is let's celebrate women and their struggle. So instead of just going, well, yay, good job, we're going to throw you in the mashed potatoes, we say, yeah, good job, you know, you deserve your own place where we can it's like lucha is its own thing. We would like to give everyone their place so that we can celebrate them. But again, it's all different. It's different thought patterns, it's different styles. I like the way GCW has it because well, I did 6 months ago, because there was a time where only Ali Ketch was the female, or sometimes it was only Masha. Can't have a women's division that way. Basically, all it is was one woman, and when we go to a town here and there, she would just have to kick the shit out of the local, which doesn't always make for the best matches also. With the addition of Megan Bain, we have Masha, we have Maki, Rena, we have all these women. I mean, we could hold a women's tournament and it would probably be an excellent thing to have, especially on the independent scene where right now a lot of women are red hot. So for me, I think it's a pedestal and they deserve one. Other people feel that they deserve to be treated as equal, and I think that's fair also. So there's no wrong answer. There really is no wrong answer here. I lean my way, others lean theirs. That was the longest fucking answer you're going to get there. Oh, shit. Yeah, our winner was Ali Ketch. I think I said that.
Yes.
All right. Our next matchup was Sydney Akeem going against Gringo Loco. As Chip, you said it earlier, the card, like I'm just looking forward to everything. I said this last week too. Like, just these cards have just been nonstop, like hit after hit after hit, and the matches are just been awesome. And this was one I was really looking forward to because, as I was saying before with Sonny Kiss, Sydney, I just love seeing him get the freedom to wrestle and showcase all the craziness that he has up his sleeve in wrestling. And with Gringo Loco being the opponent in this one, I just was really expecting a lot of moves and flashiness that we haven't really seen from him as of late. And that's exactly what I believe this match was. It was good. Very, both of are very innovative. And, oh yeah, I wrote my notes here the same as Sonny Kiss earlier. Yeah, it was just a good match with Sydney and Gringo. And I just love how Sydney's kind of adapting to GCW. And I think his like style, like I'll skip ahead to that. And I think GCW brings that is the perfect place for Sydney to bring that kind of style of wrestling, just like Ninja Mac and stuff. Like now he's being able to take that and carry it over and do cool things to Noah. And I hope Sydney has some cool stuff with his future in wrestling, because he has a lot of potential. And I just, with him and Ninja Mac being so close and similar, I kind of hope he gets the same rewards that Ninja Mac has done for all his hard work on the independent scene. Yeah,
you got Ninja, Jack Cartwheel. You have a lot of guys down in what I would consider like their own division. Every time I watch some of these guys, I'm like, damn, I wish they had their own division, because again, I would like to see them have their own pedestal, the same pedestal that Guerrero got when he was in WCW, and some of these other guys that really lit it up on the scene back in the day. I'm going to just break into this real quick. One of our favorite, DJ Luda. Hey, what's up, guys? It's in the house too. Good to see you tonight. Okay, so my notes, Gringo is a familiar face to Cleveland fans. I think a lot of AIW fans know that. Like Speedball, every Akeem match has delivered. I haven't seen a bad one yet. I have here Akeem versus Gringo Loco, face versus face. So we have good guy versus good guy. But again, both shake hands. That in the independent scene neutralizes the heat. So that's how you make sure that no fans boo the faces. Gringo comes off the top rope with Akeem in a huge spot that garners huge GCW chants. I wrote down here the winner was Sydney Akeem with the final act. Both could put something special together with another match or two underneath their belt and some time for planning. And then Prazak asks fans, who else would they like to see wrestle Akeem? And we won't go any further yet, but I can't wait to hear some names from you guys, if you have any.
I'll be honest, like literally the first three names that popped in my head, he's already wrestled against them also. Like going down the line, I guess him and Blake, I think, could do his last step. I know we don't want to talk about it, but like, yeah, I was like, I wrote that, like, I think GCW is the place for Sydney because like the people that they have, like Gringo, Jack Cartwheel, and now they bring in, and the people they bring in, like Myron, just fits Sydney's moveset. And I think this is like, I think this should be his home for the foreseeable future, getting involved with back into actually wrestling, because the stuff that GCW and who they can bring in and who they already have usually, I think could bring the best and most out of Sydney at this point in his career.
Yeah.
Is there anybody on your head, Chip?
I'd like to see Speedball versus Sydney if
That's
that hasn't already happened.
That's a good one.
Like you just said, like Speedball's never had a bad match. Sydney's never had a bad match. So Brett, let's put them two together and let's have a banger.
That would be a good one. I didn't even think about that. That's a good one.
Now, you mentioned Blake there for a minute, Brand. I can tell you that 1 year ago, Blake, I'd put him against, because 1 year ago, Blake was a little more flippy, a little quicker. I think Blake's now learned to adjust his style and whatnot. But yeah, him and Akeem back in the day would just be nothing. But I mean, there would be more bodies in the air than feet on the ground. It'd be kind of cool to see.
Yeah.
And that would be cool.
Great one says, I want Akeem in some of those lucha tag and trios. Hell yeah.
Those are wild. That'd be good for him.
Arez. That was wow. That was immediately like I saw it like right from my eyes. Sydney versus Arez is now the match I want to see.
Really?
I love Arez. Yeah, Arez I think would just be wrapping Sydney around and trying to catch up with them. That'd be a good one.
Yeah,
I'm racking my head.
Fuego, yeah.
Fuego would be a good one.
Yeah, Fuego.
Yes, yeah, that's why I think Akeem just has a place here in GCW for a little bit. To just a lot of good matches and a lot of stuff to like showcase the best of his abilities.
Yeah.
Same one. I'd put him in that same division. And if there was a scramble belt, or if scrambles were still hot at GCW like they were, he'd be lighting up the scramble scene like crazy right now.
Oh yeah.
So.
All right. The next matchup is Zilla Fatu going against Joshua Bishop. I'll let you guys go on this one first.
All right. You know what? I'll let Chip go. You know what? We're just going to keep passing the fucking buck. Chip, Zilla Fatu and Joshua Bishop. Was that your first time seeing Zilla?
Live, yes. That was my first time seeing Bishop too. Like, he's a big dude. When he came out, I was like, holy shit. Like, because we were front row. So when they walked around the ring, I was standing up so I could like size him up. And I was like, holy shit, this dude's big. Okay. And then Zilla comes out, and like, I love him. He's a monster. And that match was great. Like, using the doors and all the weapons and everything. Like, they weren't holding back. Like, Bishop hit him hard with them doors, and they were going back and forth, beating the shit out of each other. And then Zilla just took it like a man and just took a headshot, and the door just split open over top of his head. I know it was thin, but man, like, you got to protect yourself a little bit. That could have cut him open. Like, could have done anything, but yeah, that was a big physical match. And my personal favorite spot was Zilla did a chop and then looked right at the boy's eyes for like a reaction, and the boys like didn't do shit. And I'm like filming it. I'm like, give him a fist bump, like do something. Like, he stopped and looked right at you, and you didn't do nothing. Like, but yeah, that was a great match, very physical, and Zilla's awesome. Like he hasn't had a bad match in GCW yet, so that'd be another one. Put him up against Sydney. Let's see what he can do against a powerhouse. Like that'd be a good one.
Right here, DJ Luda said Sydney versus Alec Price or Marcus Mathers. You know what? Yeah, bringing in those young cats that can move like Alec or Marcus would be excellent. And I think he may be able to teach those guys one or two things here or there. I like that. Yeah. I like that a lot.
Them in a little, triangle match. That sounds like a good triangle match. Or
just let them whoop the shit out of each other. This was my first time seeing Bishop without the Sid Justice hair. You guys know what I'm talking about? He always has that curly, the Sid Vicious, Sid Justice hair. GoPro. I want to say something to GoPro. Jonathan Ash, if you're in here tonight, I want to say nice bottom up shot of Zilla in the corner. When he stood up in the corner to do his thing, someone caught a bottom and he looked heroic. Nice job there. There was a lot of fighting around the ring. Zilla found some doors and Josh found a chair. The first door was a little tough to break. At GCW, we seem to be plagued with doors that bend more than break every now and then. I think a lot of it has to do with the ring ropes, but that's okay. Both men are breaking doors over each other's heads. That's what Chip was talking about, which live, that must have been so fucking loud. Like they're just popping each other. Zilla, like just fantastic, huh?
Oh, dude, it was so cool. Like they were not holding back. And that chair shot when Zilla came through the ropes, like I was like, holy shit, like this is supposed to be fake.
Yeah, those two will swing those doors and chairs, that's for sure.
Yeah, I have here that Zilla hits a Samoan drop from the second rope and follows it with a Samoan spike for 3. So really surprised here. They gave Bishop and Zilla Fatu almost 11 minutes. That's phenomenal. We would not have seen that much out of Bishop at JCW a year ago, 2 years ago. So Bishop's moving on up in the world, and he seems like he's still sticking with that Haas attitude, which I love here. Jonathan was there. Yeah, man. Hey, nice job on that. Very good job on that. And I've said it before 100 times. If you got to go to WWE or anything else, look at what their shots are. Try to steal a couple of them. Nobody would know any better. And what you would say is this is just the new way of doing things. Anyway, I was very surprised. Like I said, this went over 10 minutes. I did like the fact that we had the sweeper guy. I love the sweep chants. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a 10-year-old at heart. Chip, did you start it?
I'm about to say I might have something to say on that one. The way he was like swinging the broom and just flying all that stuff right into the referee's faces. Like, dude, calm down a little bit. Like, I was like, oh, your face even.
Yeah. Like, we were like, holy shit, dude. Like, wait. Like, what are you doing? Like, we get it. You're a big deal here. But Jesus Christ, it's like you're just fucking sweeping. Like, let's calm down. Dude was like fucking like hucking.
Hey man, adrenaline gets the best of you when you get through them ropes, you know.
And then you get the chant. I got people chanting for it. I thought the same. Like me and you were on the same page the whole match. Like I was the same way. Like Zilla, get your hands up, dude. You have a future coming up here. Like don't be taking those chair shots and door shots to the head like that. Like protect yourself. And then same thing with the sweeping. The way that guy was sweeping, I don't know if it was like annoyed Scarlett Donovan or something. Like she was just like shooting him a look like, and he's just like sweeping stuff right in her face. I'm like, dude, calm down. Like that was the one I did notice that at the end. I'm like, calm down, dude. I know you got excited and you get a little chant, but oof, I felt bad for like the referees there.
You know, those trainees are just so ready to go. They get in between the ropes and just switch flips in their heads. So there it was. Great one said the Andre shot. That's a good way to put it. That's exactly what we got from that angle was the Andre shot. Also, I'll just go back for a second here because DJ Luda was kind of touching on the same thing we had here, talking about the divisions. Maybe make something like an X Division title or a Cruiserweight title.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for. If GCW could make their own unique title like the X Division title was, holy shit, we could plug and play whoever wants to come in and work their ass off for one night, and we could just have a guaranteed banger every single time. Anytime we have belts just hanging out there, and I know they're expensive to kind of plate up, but you never know. Also, the last holder of the women's championship for GCW was Deonna Purrazzo, 2016, and she didn't lose it; it just got vacated. So that was old GCW.
Actually, I think she came back and I thought she came back and defended it at like a JCW show, is what I kind of recall, like right before she went to AEW.
Ooh.
I could be wrong though. I'll look that
Would
up.
not be surprised. Yeah, please do. I'm kind of curious about that one.
Yeah. Yeah, Zilla Fatu, Bishop. I just it was I have here they could have been along with the Meat Madness match later on, but those two killed it, and I'm glad they got the one-on-one spotlight on them to have that kind of crazy match. And I thought that was a perfect plunder match for the both of them.
And John, since you're here real quick, because I'm picky on this shit, I just wanted to let you know that the microphone sound underneath the ring sounded awesome. Great impact sound on that Cleveland show. Sorry, just had to mention it.
You're good. All right, next matchup is a 6-person tag match, as it is the Lucha guys. Arez, Galeno Del Mal, and Jack Cartwheel going against the Young Dudes, Alec Price, Dustin Waller, and Marcus Mathers. Chip, what was your first thoughts on that match? We'll go to Chip first. I like having him go.
That was...
Me too.
Oh, I was so jealous because when Alec Price went flying out over the guardrail to take out, is it Del Mal? Is that
the big guy?
Big one? Yeah.
Yeah. That was like 3 feet from me. And I was like, God damn it. Like, if I would have picked those seats, because they were open, but then we ended up picking those seats because there were 5 of us, so all of us could be together. But I was like, damn it, he could have jumped over me. Maybe like something could have happened. But, you know, fate played and the boys got to do what they got to do. So I ate the bullet. But we got a good footage of him. Like, he was just like right there. And it was just like, dude, this is perfect. Like an Air Jordan moment, like just flying over everybody. Like, he's got some hang time. Like, and yeah, that would be a great match for Sidney Akeem, like, or Marcus Mathers, like anybody in that match. Like, dude, they were flying around that ring doing a bunch of crazy shit. Like, it was hard to keep up because they look at each other and then they turn around and one jumps that way, one jumps that way, and it's like, all right, I got one camera. How am I supposed to take a picture of both of you? Like, so, but nah, like those are in there for a reason. They're liven up the crowd. I don't need the crowd needed liven up there. We were pretty good, and that match was fun from beginning to end. And I love Alec Price. What is he, the East Coast
Ace?
Oh, you there? You better watch it. Yeah, there we go. No, what are you doing over here, John? He's not the East Coast Ace. Northeast Coast Ace. Oh, I had nothing to do with this, Jordan. If you're listening, I did not do this.
I'm so sorry, Alec. Alec's my dude too. Okay, this minute did not happen. Okay, so we'll cleanse the palate. I do want to mention real quick though, because we just need to go back to it. Regarding Deanna, JCW March Madness 2022 versus Billy. No belt was there. Frank had said, I attended. We were all hoping for the belt, but he said basically nothing was mentioned about the women's title. Yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for rating that up. This is why I love listeners. They keep us fucking on point. I love it. I would not have known that looking it up. So thank goodness someone was on that.
I knew she wrestled like just recently, but I couldn't remember. Like I was trying to think of like what she does at the beginning, like her pose. I was like, I don't think she had a belt. Like I wasn't positive on that.
Yeah, that let me jump back into my notes here before I forget. We're gonna like squirrel off again. The young dudes come out and they do everything they can to hype up the crowd. That's mostly Marcus Mathers and Alec Price doing that. And I really did appreciate that. I love high energy, especially coming right out the gate. The Lucha guys were then out next. I love Galeno's horned mask. And this entrance, for some reason, I see that he's got that big star feeling in him. And I'm hoping that GCW maybe decides to capitalize on that at some point. Commentary mentions Cole missing from the show. I miss Cole Radrick so much. We hope to see that guy also heal up as soon as possible. He's a busybody, and I feel for the guy because you make a busybody sit on the couch. So I know he's counting the days. I know he's doing everything he can to improve with his time off and spend time with his family, and that's the best you can do. So yeah, just like Jordo, your guy's down, my guy's down. So, you know, we'll see, but fingers crossed there. Waller's speed was on full display. Also, it was nice to see Dustin. We haven't seen him very often. I think it's generally JCW or when we go down south. I can't remember there. Halfway through, the tag rules completely break down, chaos everywhere. Price came off as the leader of the young dudes. He never stopped trying to get the crowd involved. I didn't see as much Ares as we usually do. What we did see was good, though. Galeno ran the ropes, and I thought the ropes would break. I love that. Mathers with a huge suplex on Galeno, cartwheel shine throughout the whole match. The crowd came alive in the last few minutes, and I feel like they needed that. Our winner here were the Lucha guys with a cover on Dustin Waller. And I wrote here that this was just a nice wake-up call. If the crowd was not awake, this one did it.
I was about to say, like how Chip said, bodies were flying everywhere. Like it felt like the energy was just like up. Like that could have been an opening match just to get the crowd involved. It was phenomenal. Like I was shocked about how much I enjoyed that match. Chip, like I said, I think we were on the same wavelength this night. That spot where they looked at each other and they all went different ways was insane, and they all did different dives. But like I'm pretty sure like Mathers did like the suicide Canadian Destroyer, right? Is that where he? Yeah. Is this the match he did it?
Yeah, dude. Right on like the walkway. Like that was awesome.
I don't think I've seen that movie. That move, I popped. I was like, holy fuck, Mathers! Like that's the Mathers I want to see a lot more of. And if like I think if we start getting some more of that, I will be fully behind Marcus Mathers, because that little spot was phenomenal. That's the ones like that thing took my breath away, was that Destroyer outside. I've never seen anything like that. That was awesome. As DJ Luda said, Dustin Waller, normally with Kylon King as the Miracle Generation. They're awesome. Dustin Waller was another one I was kind of glad to see being able to fly all over the place, and teaming with Mathers and Alec was a perfect team for him. And this was a fun, just high energy matchup, and I enjoyed every second of it.
Thank you, Split Screen, by the way, John. The split screen really does matter in times like this, and it just gives it that exciting feel. Always been a fan. So,
John, while you're here real fast, and maybe like you could help me out here, John, or Jonathan Ash could help me out here, or chat usually probably does. I noticed this. I have this as a note later on, but I want to take advantage if he's still in here or not. At the beginning of the shows, have they been putting like the voice of, and then you see the commentators? Because I saw that on show too, and I was like, have I just been missing that as of late? Or was that like the first time they did it? Because like that's been awesome for me to try to like figure out, if I don't hear it at the beginning, of who's announcing or stuff, like who the hell was announcing. Usually I could tell, especially if they've been here a little bit, or every once in a while we've had a couple new ring announcers come on and I could tell their voice away. But I thought that was a cool little tidbit that I noticed on show number 2, was the voices of, I think it was like Veda Scott, Dave Prazak. It was like perfect. And I would love to see kind of that continue on moving forward, especially when they switch announcers during the show. Just quickly pop it up for 10 seconds and boom, for people like me that want to have to cover. And I want to shout out Great Commentary recently started that, if I remember creating them at the last. Okay. That was awesome. That was cool. That was amazing, Jonathan. I love that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cleveland was Cleveland too. Okay.
Yep. Says Frank says, I think the commentary third is a new graphic and then great one. I think they did it on Cleveland too, but it is a new feature. John, we all love it. I mean, you're talking to some hardcores here who watch it day in and day out. So again, every small addition adds up over time to a great Sunday. So
literally that was my note later. I'm like, hey, like someone help me out here. Is this new? Because I just saw this and I love it. So I had to take advantage of that real fast while he was still in here. Sorry.
Have we ever, have we mentioned that opening video package too, by the way? That's now
all the time. Yeah.
Intro. Love that.
I think we've done it since then. We always bring it up. Yeah.
Yeah. You could add the boys.
Don't even pull that up, John. Get that finger out of here.
Oh my gosh. All right. So yeah, that's all I had to say about match 5. Is there anything else you got?
Nope. I think that's all. Yep. That's all I have too. All right. Here. All right, match number 6. We had Effie going against Raj Desi. Finally, Effie gets his hands on Raj.
Chip, how was it live? Yep, Chip's ass now. It's all Chip.
Dude, the crowd was behind Maharaja. I was shocked. Like when he came out for the entrance, everybody was booing. But when that match started, like I was trying to start Effie chants, but more people were like I would go, let's go Effie, and then people would just roar in Maharaja, and I was just like, holy shit, like, okay, I'm gonna stay quiet for a little bit. let Effie kick some ass, and then I'll try to start again. But yeah, man, they came out hot. They loved the Maharaja. Like that was a surprise for me. And then afterwards, like Effie's line was huge, and I was like, "Where was all this bullshit during the match?" Like, I was like, I felt like I was the only one cheering for Effie. But
That's shocking to hear. Like, I'm glad. That's why we want people to live shows on, and I'm glad you came on because, yeah, that was like I didn't know that. From hearing it, I heard like some sounds, but it sounded like it was still mostly Effie. But that's like that kind of changed my mind and how I kind of picture Roz fitting in with GCW, because I have here in my notes a little bit there of questioning about like just his ring style and match wrestling kind of stuff. Like I enjoy the character work, but I wanted to hear how the crowd was with them, and I didn't, as on TV, it didn't come across nearly as what you just said.
yeah, no, it was like, now granted, it could have just been my section because we were down in that lower bowl right at the top of that horseshoe. So like there was more people behind me. So like you could have heard it from like the stage because the stage was pretty loud on their own. And then us, like the front row people and then the people behind me, they were usually against me. I would start a chant and they would say the other. So I don't know if they were doing it on purpose or what, just to get the wrestling crowd going. But like that's where my personal experience might have been somebody different sitting on the other side. But for me, that's where it was. It seemed like everybody was rooting for Raj. And I was like, damn, like Effie's my boy. Like this is surprising me.
Wow. No, I didn't know that at all. It just didn't hit me that way. I'm just going to put it on right here. Frank says once Jinder breaks through the default angry Fed guy on the Indies gimmick, he's going to be so much more popular. It's all in how he's booked. And I think people want a monster. He looks the part. He looks the size. He's got the face of somebody who can be mean if he wants to. Yeah, right here, Frank, he's talking about the Sunday show out in Asbury. Jinder got over pretty good there too. So yeah, you know what? It's really interesting to see how these guys drop from the Fed and then come down, and some sink and some swim. It just depends. And it looks like here between Cardona and him, they got something going on. So we'll see how it all goes. Let me see here if I can get my notes pulled up. Effie was out first to his adoring fans. I love the Raj and Bollywood Boys team being put back together. I know there's a lot of WWE people that remember that little pairing when they were going on. Man, back then Bollywood got that shit kicked out of him. They would ragdoll those guys all the time. There's that famous one with Randy Orton where he choke slammed a guy and he's just like, oops. Raj brings WWE's wrestling style with him, which along with Cardona should be giving classes on the WWE way of doing things. This could help some talent at GCW be more enticing to Gabe and other WWE eyeballs. With that wrestling style also comes more common sense. There was a spot where Effie dropped to his knees for the suck your dick spot, and Raj just walks right up to him and punts him right in the face. Honestly, that makes more sense than standing around. So I just wanted to kind of put that in there. We got an Effie Rooney. I always love those. Raj answers that also, again, with a big boot. I like that style of thinking, honestly. It was a strong win for Raj. I feel that would make him a new threat and put the whole locker room on notice. I'm sorry, I said a strong win. If he'd gotten a strong win here, which he needs. Raj was tearing the fishnets. I feel like this match is WWE Raj tearing into Indie Effie. I feel this may also have driven Effie's style to a more impactful style that night to match Raj's strengths. Raj, it's the Indies. There's no hard TV time. Grab the chair if you missed a spot, set it back up, pick Effie up again, and then break that chair with more force than before. I just want to say that fans in the Indies love and respect it more than missing the spot and ignoring it. If that table doesn't fucking break, you pick that guy up again and you do it again until the damn thing's done. That's like I said, we respect that more. Raj then sets up a door bridge. Effie power bombs him through it. Effie's attacked by 2 masked men. Once they're unmasked, nobody knows who they were. They were obviously some local workers or whatnot. But out come 2 more masked men. They help the Maharaja beat up Effie. They unmask, and it's the Bollywood boys. When Effie was about to get hit with a crowbar, Manders and Ali came out to save him. Our winner here was a no contest, 13 and a half minutes long. But this match ended up setting up basically Raj and the Bollywood boys versus Effie, Manders, and Ali at Homecoming. So that was a mouthful. I'll hand it back to you guys for a couple minutes.
Yeah, the crowd loved that. Like, that announcement for Homecoming is like they're loading up that the end of August. Like, that card's going to be awesome. I'm hoping there's a lot of wrestling. The kids are about to start school. Like, I got to pick which day to go, but either day is going to be awesome for Homecoming. And that announcement was Cleveland loved that.
Yeah, I was happy. Effie looked really good in this match. Like I said, I kind of will have to go here with Frank with the gender kind of getting over because of the angry fat guy. And I think it's like that, and also like his moveset. It's going to be a little bit harder to kind of get over, I think, in GCW, at least for me. But like, apparently he got over, so maybe I'm just the one here. But I wrote here that Effie had his normal match and looked really good and looked strong against Raj, and Raj just kind of seemed like it was a WWE kind of match, and then he was able to use doors and chairs, which he enjoyed, and they seemed like they all always enjoy finally be able to just do a bunch of fuckery in a match. But I wrote here, I kind of agree. I agree with Frank here. I think I might have to give Raj a little bit more time and hear him talk a little bit more to win me over. But as a baby face, but as a heel, it's working really good as a heel work.
Great One says, I love that they did a diversion before unmasking the Bollywood boys because they could not have possibly been in Sauget, Illinois for the Jinder debut as they were booked in Defy that night. Very smart. And funny thing, I think I defended that point last time, maybe last week, but I'm not sure there.
You did.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So
that one, yeah.
Thank goodness someone was paying attention there.
Yeah, I was just watching, but you did. Like, somebody said it wasn't the Bollywood boys, but they're pretending to be. You thought
that's
it was
right.
Yeah.
So Dominic asked, do you think there's any way GCW could totally repackage Jinder? Not without Jinder's okay, obviously, because he's in his own hands now. Absolutely. It comes down to the creativity of the booking in my mind.
I think it's going to come down to him being creative to reinvent himself. I think that is what set Matt Cardona, separated him from all these other people that get released, because Matt Cardona got released, and that video today was cool that he sent out. Like, I went from Indie God, I went from Deathmatch King to Indie God to whatever he is now with the Deathmatch royalty. Like, he's been able to repackage his character and do it in a way that keeps it fresh, and it's up to him to get it over. But it's like make or break with him, and he's got the creative control now to do whatever he wants. So that's what I love too about just independent wrestling and GCW. Like, this is your character. You can't sit there and blame any ownership or booking regarding your character and how you're being presented and stuff. That there's no he won't have they don't have any control over. But I think Raj definitely should look into. I like the Bollywood. I like him kind of pairing back with them. That makes a lot of sense. But I would like to see them kind of evolve their character than what we just saw recently on WWE, because obviously it didn't work then. I don't think it's going to work for this GCW crowd. And I think that's where Cardona, ever since he's been in GCW and on the independent scene, just finds a way to reinvent himself to stay fresh and stay kind of relevant in the fans' eyes. And I hope Jinder can do the same.
Yeah, Dominic, I'll say that is there a chance it will happen? Is it probable? Probably not. Jinder would have to fail at what he's doing right now, I think, to make a change. I couldn't see him making a change just yet unless he saw what he's doing fail. And right now he seems very he's working right now. I mean, things can always change. You know, we had Isaac Yankem, but then we had Kane. So it just takes time, and we'll see what happens there. I always like to use Yankum and Kane as my nice little, so.
It's a good one.
Yeah, Effie and Raj ended up going to a no contest. I don't think they even called the match as much as just it was insinuated that it's fucking over.
all the people running out. Any last things on that match, Chip?
Nah,
Nope.
I mean Effie. I love Effie. Like he had a crowd. Like the line for him was huge. Like I'd say the only other line that was bigger might have been Matt Hardy, but like he had a following in Cleveland. Like
he always has the longest lines. Every place he goes, it's like out the door, and it's like him and Ali stay late. Like it seems like they have to like cut the line. Like, hey guys, all right, they're kicking us out of here. Let's go outside, and like they continue the selling and the merch table outside too.
Oh yeah.
Great One says, I do want to see Raj eventually experiment with a baby face role, as it really hasn't been done. That's another thing worth talking about without digging too deep into it. I don't know how many Indian face wrestlers there are in America, period. That may be something that he could, there isn't many. I mean, you said you were thinking of one, maybe, Brent?
I think that just one man controlled all that. That's why. And every single time he got those kind of characters with that look, he just stereotyped him into it. But I think that's gonna be a huge motivational thing for Raj on the independent scene, as that's like kind of something he called out as he did leave the WWE. He said that we always are just typecast in this role. So I'm right there with you, Great One. That's what I want to see. This is why I'm hoping Raj reinvents himself and repackages himself to what he thinks he wants to, and he's got that opportunity, and I hope he gets it over. And as Chip is saying, like that, he got a lot of, if he got that big a crowd reaction, then yeah, he's going to be he's a lot closer to it than I am. Like I from what I gathered from that night when I was listening to it, it didn't sound that big, but if he's getting like just as big as chance for as Effie was, that I think there's a lot of potential out there for him to experiment and try new things.
DJ Luda says, I love Effie a lot. I got to meet him at American Rana this year. You meet him once, you don't forget him. He's a genuinely kind individual who does care to hear what you have to say and spends time with you to listen. I love it. I don't think I've ever heard a bad Effie experience from a fan. He does keep his face front, really well. Give him credit for that one for sure. We haven't went on to the next match yet, have we, Brant? I forgot if you announced it.
No, I did not. I'm
a little scrambled because a friend that both you and I know just won $500 on a lottery ticket.
Oh, nice.
So good job to Bizzard out there for none of us are rich. So man, $500. Dude just made a chunk of rent this much. Good for you, dude.
Right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Next matchup is a 4-way match. I labeled it Meat Madness in my notes here. One called Manders, Isaiah Broner, Pero, and Stackhouse. What was your thoughts on Meat Madness, Trip?
Dude, this I love Stackhouse and Pero. And Manders, I mean, I love them all, but the two, in my personal opinion, seeing Stackhouse and Pero, they're fucking enormous. So when they were in the ring, I was like, Jesus Christ, I might see this thing tip over or something's breaking. Dude, there was a lot of big dudes in this ring, and they can all do everything. Watching Stackhouse doing his Bam Bam Bigelow moonsault thing is always awesome. Manders is the shit. That match was awesome. It just one after another just kept that crowd going. It was lively the whole time. Even the dark match that we didn't talk about, with Facade and all that, that got the crowd going. So it was good.
Hold up, dark match. Hold up. What was the dark match?
Give me a second. I'll tell you what it was. If Chip doesn't know. Sorry, Chip.
It was Facade, Broski, Jimmy. Oh shit, I'm blanking on.
I have
names.
Jeffrey John.
Had, a scarf
Jeffrey
around
John.
his neck.
Babushka, yeah. Babushka guy.
And then I want to say it was the guy with the half dragon mask. And
yes.
then
Ariel.
Oh,
Ariel.
Van Gogh
Ariel
too?
Van Gogh.
Oh,
Yeah, those
Dude,
four
that's a good
started it out, and I was like, "This is a dark match. What the hell?" Like,
this was
okay,
before the show.
that was before the show. Like, you guys,
That's
I was
something
waiting
we've
for
been
you guys
asking
to.
for.
Oh man, I was
I had
waiting for
no
you guys
idea.
to. Yeah, I was waiting for you to bring it up, and you never did. I was like, "Well, dude, I
Yeah,
got to give
yeah.
my boy Facade a shout out at some point." Like, that was awesome. Like, that got the crowd going. That's why I think, and like the crowd was already there. And then when that scramble match came out, or well, not scramble match, but the Lucha Trio thing, like, that's why I said, I was like, the crowd was already alive because, dude, Facade was flipping around, like, the other two were flipping around, like, and then Jimmy does his thing to get the crowd going. So it was, we were ready to go from that dark match. Like, I forgot that was a dark match, but you guys never brought it up.
And that's something I've said, and I think you said it too, John. Like, they should do like one little match at the 15 minutes as the crowd's still filling in, test out the sound, test everything out that's going to Fight TV, but post it to YouTube. I think was my suggestion. Is hey, that first match, put it on YouTube for free, and then hey, if fans like see that shit, they get excited. They might go to Fight TV and buy it. Just like that little used to be on the pregame show WWE. Used to be on like that digital cable channel. Like, you get the preview for 30 minutes before the pay-per-view.
Yeah, that match was awesome. Like, the fact that wasn't on the pay-per-view, I was like, damn, like, this is a special treat for us because that was awesome. Like, that was great.
Wow. See, I had no idea about that.
Woods Wrestling Corner, how you doing, guy? Any idea on this big Brett announcement? I'm already starting to search on Twitter right now. I don't think he made one.
He didn't make one yet. We did reach out to him, and obviously so did Chip here, helped us out too. Like, we did reach out to him to see if he wanted to make that announcement on you here. No announcement has been made yet. My idea on it, you wanted to go first, John? I want to take your idea. We probably have the same.
No. I actually want to just hear what you have to say. I'm kind of curious.
It's Hammerstein. It has to be Hammerstein.
He's been working on it for 2 years, though. Do you think that's Hammerstein? Oh yeah, I think it's been 2 years. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's been 2 years, and like now, I told my wife this. I've said this last couple of shows. I just think GCW's on a upward trajectory of where they were going with Matt Cardona and Nick Gage the first time, and I think all that momentum led to Hammerstein. I think all that momentum is coming back now. I talk about later with Justice coming back. It just feels like the old school GCW. And I've said this, I'm loving everything they've been doing. The trajectory is going up, and now's the time. Why not capitalize on Hammerstein again? But stay authentic is what I've just asked for. Stay authentic to GCW. Don't have to bring in all these other names and then make everyone else happy. I would just prefer a GCW show in Hammerstein. Would be for the fans. And I think to me, that's what it was. Cause also Effie tweeted out something today too, of like with him and Jeff Jarrett, if we go back, should we bring this asshole or not? So between that and all the little teases on the shows, like the last 2 weeks that we got little teases and shows, the clips on the Triller TV, I think that would be the big announcement in my opinion.
Okay, so a couple things that came up here. We're just going to jump back for just a second. Great one said, I wish they would film bonus matches, as Brett calls them, for the YouTube channel or something. Right there, what we were all saying. Again, it might be Triller TV being pissy, maybe not. But I'll tell you what, that's a great commercial. You have 1 billion+ viewers on YouTube. I mean, come on. If you're not paying $5, bro, you're not even accidentally catching it. So why not throw it on YouTube? I mean, it's just one match. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Next here, Joey P. Wood says, I was thinking maybe a new arena type thing that can be made their home base. Okay. I see Brant kind of going, maybe. Now,
I just don't think it would be a major announcement.
And he hasn't been working on it for years, but I'll put this up here. Counterpoint, Hammerstein is considered the tipping point for the general sentiment towards. So this is a chance for them to build the roster, build the stories, and go, you know what? We need to do this again. I do want to go back to, I'm jumping all over the place.
Oh my God. Hold on. Sorry. We got breaking. Stop.
Do you have a screen? You have a background for him?
No, but we will somehow figure this out.
Let's just jump him in. Let's just jump him in and go.
I'm getting it right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, somebody's got to talk to us about this.
I will have Mr. Lauderdale. Brett, welcome
Welcome,
to
Brett.
the show, and thank you for hopping on, man.
What's up, guys?
How's
It's
it
another
going,
beautiful
man?
night. Oh my
It is a
gosh!
night,
Well,
so-
yeah, we've you had an announcement, huh?
Well, I did, but I'm saving it till tomorrow.
Ah,
Okay,
Ah.
okay.
okay.
I love
But
it.
thank you for
Yeah.
hopping on. I definitely appreciate it.
No, it's my pleasure. I saw that you guys were still going, so I figured I would hop in for a couple minutes.
Yeah, we're just going over that Cleveland show from Friday, and then we're going to be talking about Asbury here in about half an hour. So we've been getting on fans who went to a live show so that we can see the live, we can listen to a fan talk about the live experience. So we're trying to get more of a 360 view on everything. So yeah, WrestleDads is with us tonight. This is Chip. Two of his co-hosts are the two children who fired off on Mance this past show.
Oh, yes. Good. I'm big fans of those kids.
Me too. They're awesome. Like the fact that you got them involved, I don't know if that was your idea or Mance's idea, but thank you.
I had nothing to do with it, but I enjoyed watching it.
Oh, it was awesome. Like they called it. I mean, I'm dealing with a shoulder injury right now from like wrestling myself. So like I just only had one good working arm, but oh man, I was fanboying out. Like it was awesome. Like that was the best moment of my life. And I'm about to be 37 on Thursday. So like that was awesome.
Yeah, no, definitely that was cool. That was a fun show. Cleveland was the venue was cool, and first time being there, and the fans were cool, and I enjoyed the show. What did you guys think of it?
I loved it. Like I thought the venue was awesome. Like I thought everything, how you had everything set up on the outside with all the talent with their merchandise, like everything was perfect, my man. The pricing on the beer was good. Like everything was good.
Good, good, good.
Yeah.
So,
I just-
so
Go ahead,
sorry.
dude.
I was just going to ask, Brett, is there any like a hint of possible announcement tomorrow?
Let me think. I mean, it's
New
me
city,
think.
venue.
Yeah, I guess both. Technically, yes to both.
Okay.
Definitely.
Excellent.
Yeah. It's something that's I definitely don't think anybody would guess it. It's something that's going to be unique, and fun. Let me think. I'm trying to think of maybe another good clue without giving it away. I don't know. I just think it's going to be something that's it's going to be different in all the right ways, and it'll be yeah, it's just going to be really cool. It's something I've been working on for a couple of years, and yeah, finally the right pieces fell into place, and now it's going to go down.
Well, congratulations on that. Sounds like
Thank
something
you.
to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So we have you in here. Is it okay if a couple listeners ask a question or two from you?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. All right. Joey P. Wood asks, Brett, any chance of seeing the great Khali in GCW?
Well, I think there's a chance. I don't know. I don't know if I can put a percentage on it, but Kali doesn't come here very often. He lives in India now, so you kind of have to catch him when he's around. But that being said, he does appear every once in a while, so I think it's just a matter of the planets aligning, so to speak, and him being here at the an opportune time where we can maybe cross paths. But I don't think it's impossible. That's for sure.
So that's a good question, guys. All right, Darren Walker, another question for Brett here. Any plans for GCW to come to the UK this year, maybe in London?
I don't know if it'll be this year. It might be close. If it's not this year, it won't be too long after. But I would say there's a pretty decent chance that we'll be coming to London within the next, let's see, what month are we in? August. I would say there's a pretty decent chance that we'll come to the UK, specifically London, in the next 6 months, I would say.
There you go, Darren. That's great news. All right, DJ Luda. It's 12 o'clock on the East Coast, so technically it's tomorrow, Brett. There we go. DJ, our first smart ass of the evening. DJ also did want to say, though, he saw the pictures of the arena. It made the venue feel awesome. Anything else anybody wanted to ask here while we had a chance? Sometimes I know that.
I have a question regarding Drew Parker. Is he going to be around GCW as much as he was before he took his hiatus, or is this just a one trip to Homecoming and we'll see?
I think it's a we'll see for now. I think that, I don't think, I know that Drew has a pretty good real life job now, and I know that he's it's a job that pays him, I think, pretty well and takes care of him, and it's something that is probably something he can make a career of. Something that is worth him investing his time in, and I think it's going to be wait and see as to how much time he will actually have available to come and do wrestling. And I never stopped talking to Drew, and he's always been a big fan of GCW and enjoyed being a part of it. But he lives across the pond, so it's not as simple as him. He can't just drive a couple hours each weekend to come and do GCW. He has to fly over and he has to take many days off of work, and it's not as easy as it once was. So I think it remains to be seen, but I think, and of course, I support him in his decision that it's, I think he's probably being responsible at this time. So we'll see.
I just want to say, thank you for booking the Prince against the King, and especially at Homecoming. When I saw Drew Parker did get announced, just when his return, before even GCW announced the return for him, I thought Homecoming was the perfect place. I think he's going to get a tremendous reaction there. As you said, I think he just bleeds and really loves GCW and everything he's done. And that the Prince versus the King is a match I've been dying to see for a long time. And now that we kind of lost him and we kind of got him back, I'm glad that I get to see this match, just in case maybe it is the last time we see Drew Parker for a little bit of time. So thank you for that. That was amazing.
No, my pleasure. And I do think, this is the right time and place to do it. So, if it is a while before he is able to come back, we don't want to miss the opportunity to have that match. So now is the time.
Yeah.
Brett, I just wanted to say thanks for popping on too, because this is personally my 100th episode. So,
oh, wow.
I got a little present out of it. Appreciate it, man.
Good.
Right.
I actually, if you got a second, I do have a question, because we were talking about it earlier in the show. Are there plans in the works of having a tournament maybe for a women's title in GCW coming up in the near future?
I don't know of any current plans for a women's title or a women's tournament. We just don't really do that. We don't have men's titles or women's titles. We just have, championships, and they can be held by a man or a woman at any time. So, I actually think having a women's title, a specific women's title, might actually be counterproductive or limiting to the championship itself.
Interesting. I want to build on Chip's question then, Brett. The tag team division, you've been booking like crazy tag teams. Is there a chance of a tag team tournament?
I think if there's a reason, I don't know. I don't have, there's nothing planned at the moment, but you bring up a good point. There's so many good tag teams right now in GCW that are all, really strong and good. So that would certainly be one way to showcase them all. I think it's just a matter of, figuring out, when, where, and why. And maybe I don't know. Maybe we don't have a reason right this minute, but maybe there will be a reason that could come up.
Coordination must be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
No headaches there. All right,
Mhm.
Joey Wood asking another question. He says, I know Rise is coming to the States a week before GCW AC in October. Any chance something we see with them in October?
I don't know. I think there's probably certainly a chance that, I don't know, maybe some of those performers will stick around, maybe, and maybe we could see some of them on GCW, but I haven't spoken to anybody specifically about that, in either direction as of now. But things can happen quickly or at any time in GCW. So, I guess if that conversation comes around and it makes sense, then of course, something could happen, but there's none of those discussions have been had yet.
I also wanted to mention Galeno Del Mal. Nice catch on him. That guy has big star power written all over him. And then the lineage, father, grandfather is just impressive.
Galeno Del Mal is definitely a exceptional talent. He has all the tools. He's physically gifted. He's big and agile, and he has it's in his blood. He has the natural talent in his blood, and exceptional performer, and he's so young and already so good. He's only going to get better. So I think, unfortunately, our time with him is probably going to be limited, but we're lucky to see him now, and I'm going to keep bringing him in as often as I can. He's actually about to leave. He's going back to Japan for, I think, 3 months, starting at the end of August. So, he's in demand, and he's going to the right places to get better. So, we're lucky to have him around, and hopefully we'll be able to get him as much as possible before he's gone.
Nice.
I have one question regarding Matthew Justice. Is this something we could see him back in GCW moving forward, or once again, was this a one-time kind of thing?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we bring him back?
Two thumbs up.
Yes,
absolutely.
Fans love Justice. We really do. He's our high diver. He's our guy you see on Twitter for the rest of the week.
Mm-hmm.
The highlight guy, and it brings a lot of attention to the company. I like that.
I know. I've always liked Matthew Justice. He's an exciting wrestler. He's crazy in both good ways and bad. He's just his own guy, and he's out there, and he's very much a GCW style performer. I would think that it's likely we'll see him again. I don't know, if it'll be every show, but I think he definitely has a lot to contribute still, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him again sometime soon.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a special moment for a fan like me. Having him come back was goosebumps. Like I was telling Chip, I was like, 2 big returns this week was Roman Reigns and Matthew Justice. So yeah, I would happily be excited to have Matthew Justice back in GCW a little bit more often.
Yeah.
Did you make SummerSlam, Brett?
I sure did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. No, it was fun. I love WWE. I've always, I like the spectacle of it, and I love the production of it, and I'm a wrestling fan, so I love going to live events. They're just, I don't know, I just love it. It's fun.
Jonathan Ash comes in here a lot. He may still be in here. We were talking to him earlier tonight. I told him, I said, look, cheat off of their homework. Whatever WWE's doing, find out what those camera angles are, whatever, call it the new style, whatever works for them. I mean, it's the whole stand on the shoulders of giants kind of thing. Take what you can is what I told him. And, you know, there was a spot where Zilla was posing, you know, for his entrance, and you know, they had that bottom up top look, and he just, the Andre the Giant camera angle is what they were saying earlier, and it just looked excellent. And yeah, we're seeing how production's just improved over the last 9 months or so. Just everything has come up. We're hearing more of the mat sound when they hit the mat now, and those things matter.
I agree, and it's as I've always said, it's always a work in progress, and we can always try to find new ways to get better. And the one thing that I love about Ash is that he's never complacent, and you know, he understands, you know, that the second we stop trying to get better is when we fall behind. So Ash is like you know, Ash is the best production partner that I've had in terms of streaming. He just you know, he doesn't, he never makes excuses. You know, he solves problems when they come up. And yeah, I mean, like I said, he's trying to get better, and that's all you can ask.
Yeah, something changed close to a year ago, and it was just obvious. And it was small change, small change, small change. And then from there, I've not had a signal drop. I haven't had, and signal drops are not, that's not in his, but I mean, you just don't see it as much. You're not seeing audio issues where the audio and the video don't sync up anymore. You have, I mean, those problems are solved. And the less we think of that, the more he did his job properly. So
Yeah, no, and he takes, I know that he, just as I do, he takes pride in that too. You know, you know, sometimes you have streaming or production people who, you know, it'll be, oh, well, it's not my fault. And you know, sometimes it may not be 100% their fault, but sometimes there's ways you can prevent things like that from happening, and ways you can, you know, test things in advance, or anticipate in advance. Hey, what are some problems that might occur in this venue that we should plan ahead for? And those are things that me and Ash always talk about, and Ash always knows the answers. So I think that's why we're seeing an improvement, and why you've seen an improvement.
I'm going to kind of piggyback off of that. I just found out from Chip today at the Cleveland show that there was a bonus match before the show. And I just, as you said, with the testing and stuff and making sure everything's right, is there any possibility maybe in the future we get like a bonus match pre-show, possibly uploaded to YouTube before the show starts? Or is that like a Triller TV issue?
No, there's no Triller TV issue. You know, it's just something that sometimes we do from time to time. We've had stretches where we've had, you know, bonus matches, you know,
Losing them. Or am I lost? Is everyone else still here?
No, I'm with you.
Oh,
here.
okay.
His signal may have.
I was about to say Chip didn't move for a little bit. There we go. Okay,
There
sorry.
we go.
Can
Yes.
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, there's no necessarily rhyme or reason to the bonus matches. You know, sometimes it's literally just a matter of, you know, some extra people showed up and we want to give them an opportunity and put them in front of the crowd. Or sometimes, you know, sometimes it could even be, you know, we've booked, you know, one too many matches and we might need to make an adjustment and sneak one on before we go on Triller. You know, but as far as like getting to see them, we were actually going to try to stream that bonus match on YouTube on.
It's a tease. He's teasing us even more.
I don't know. It's a whole process. It was going to be on the fly basically, and we just sort of ran out of time in getting it prepared. Just setting up the YouTube it's not as easy as just opening YouTube and pushing play. You have to, you know, there's a little more that goes into it. So, you know, it's definitely something that we could do and we will do if there's a time and reason to do it.
I just like the idea because people can stumble upon GCW without paying.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
And
I mean, there's obviously benefits to it.
Just
but you know, I
with a
also.
billion people.
Mhm.
So sorry.
No, I agree. I'm just not. You know, there's we don't want to have a million matches, so I don't like to book extra matches just to book them. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes we might end up with one by accident, or maybe we do have a few extra minutes where we can give people an opportunity, but it's not part of the regular plans to book a bonus match.
Joey Wood was asking, is there any updates to the documentary from A24?
So I talked to the producers last week, the end of last week. The brothers are finishing up a movie right now in Australia, with who's in it? Well, I don't even know if I'm supposed to say anyways, but they're finishing up a major movie, another legitimate movie in Australia right now, an A24 movie. So obviously their focus is on that at the moment, but I think that they're planning to be in attendance in October and, film another round. And, I mean, they've been editing the footage that they do have, along the way here when they do have time. So it's not like there's just a bunch of footage sitting somewhere on hard drives and, maybe they'll get to it one day. No, they've been actively working on this project. They just haven't been in attendance because they're literally filming a theatrical release right now in another country. But it's moving.
That's wild.
Good stuff. Chip,
Yeah.
Do you want to tell Brett how touched your kids were? But we're all dads here, Brett, all of us. So do you just want to tell him how much that meant to the kids? Because I heard, you were telling me they were over the moon about the whole situation.
Oh, dude, so I split custody with their mother. So I have them half the week, and then she has them the other half of the week. So I had to actually ask permission to take them out to Cleveland for that weekend. So the fact that I got to send a video back to their mother and they were part of the show, that's something that they'll remember forever. And that's, like I said, I've been watching wrestling for over 30 years. I've been trying to get involved into the show. And the fact that my kids didn't even have to do anything and they were involved, that meant a lot. I'm trying not to cry. I'm doing a pretty good job holding back because that meant a lot to me. And then MDK came down during his match during the main event and put his head right on Parker's head and was like, "Let's go, man." And Parker was like, "All right, I'm not mad anymore." So he was legitimately crying, upset. And then Mance turned it around after the show. So we ended up getting autographs and pictures with him. So Mance is a true professional, and MDK doing what he did, that was truly an awesome moment, and my kids can remember it forever. And thank you for your autograph after the show, signing that piece of the table that we got.
Oh, yeah.
That was
No,
awesome.
my pleasure. My pleasure. We obviously we have, we do so many of these shows that, sometimes one just runs into the next, but things stories like what you're telling me are the things that matter and that stick out. And, those are honestly the real highlights. The wrestling is the wrestling, but, knowing that we can actually make an impact and touch people's lives like that, that's where it feels like, hey, we're actually doing something productive here. So I appreciate you, sharing that and being a part of it.
It's just I've been started, professional training myself, and they sit outside the ring and watch me train for 3 hours, and then we let them come in the ring for a couple minutes to have some fun. So to actually be ringside and be part of a pay-per-view, fucking thank you. That was honestly my favorite moment of wrestling. I went to SummerSlam next and I was like, okay, well, nothing's gonna top that, so I'll just sit here and drink my Miller Lights and we'll just enjoy wrestling because nothing's gonna fucking top that. My kids were part of the show. Everyone in that stadium was cheering little kid. It was trending on Twitter for a little bit. They got well over 50,000 views from different people. It is awesome.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad it happened at GCW.
Yeah, that's one thing. I've been trying to push to my kids. I was like, wrestling's wrestling. Like, it doesn't matter where we go. Like, I love GCW. I've been following you guys religiously. Like, I try to watch every show. I try to post everything and try to get y'all's attention, like on Twitter. I get ignored a lot, but I don't care. I keep watching your shows. But like, you guys put out an awesome product. I love the variety of the show. And I respect your answer. I like the intergender feel of it. I love when a guy's going against a female. Like, so the fact that there's not a women's division belt, I'm cool with it, because watching a man and a woman go at it's fucking awesome. So like the fact that we can have that in GCW and a lot of other companies won't go that way. Like, I respect your answer and thank you.
My pleasure.
And anytime I get to see Megan Bain toss Jimmy Lloyd over her head, I that puts a smile on my face. I'm happy for that too.
Me too.
I do have Sawyer Wreck. What's going on with her hand? Is she going to be, did I miss her comeback, or is she coming back soon, or what's going on?
I think she's slowly getting back into the mix. And I'm sure we'll see her again sometime soon. I think she's getting ready to fully get back into it.
Okay. Yeah, she's awesome. Like, I loved watching her. My first GCW experience, I think it was her versus Pero, and they were beating the shit out of each other in Detroit, and that was awesome.
Yeah, Sawyer Wreck's awesome. She really is.
Yeah.
Is there any not updates, but possible news or matches for the upcoming trip to Japan with DDT that has not been announced? Because they did a very good job announcing pretty much everything to expect for the weekend. But is there anything possible that they missed?
Trying to think if there's anything else. I'm pretty sure everything's been announced. I'll probably take another look later tonight because, I think, well, let me say this. Maybe it's possible something else could be added, but I think everything that we have right now has been announced.
Okay. I am a giant Chris Brooks fan and Mal fan, so if you could somehow sneak them back with you guys when you guys come back, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I think Mao will probably be back probably sooner than later. He loves wrestling in the United States, so he's always trying to put together little mini tours when he can. So I'd imagine he'll be back soon.
Well, that's a breaking announcement for me that I'm happy with. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any dates or anything to tell you, but I can just tell you that, he doesn't go too long without showing up.
Yeah.
His personality surpasses language. That's what I like about him. You can watch him
you're
wrestle, and
Mhm.
you get to know who he is without him even talking.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's he has a universal energy. So
That's a good way to put it.
mhm.
A lot of people asking about Rena's situation. She's 700 days in. She's running like crazy with the belt. Visa situations, we're assuming, is what's going on there.
Mhm.
But you're all going back over to Japan here in about a week and a half. I'm afraid to ask you. I don't know what's going on there, but I do see a match with Manders, and Manders has really been stepping up in the hardcore department there. And just kind of curious what you think about both belts being in Japan right now and maybe bringing one back for activity, or do you see that those may be staying there for the foreseeable future, a couple months? I don't want you to give anything away, and I want to ask, but I don't want the answer. You know what I mean,
Well,
Brad?
I have nothing to give away, but
exactly.
no, I think Rena's visa issues are very, very close to being resolved, and I think she'll be back. I think she's going to be back soon in the U.S.
That's great news.
I wouldn't say that if I wasn't confident. So I'm pretty sure she'll be back soon here in the U.S.
Good.
Yeah, that's great news.
I would like your opinion, because this is something I've been saying over the last couple of weeks, especially as awesome as the shows have been as of late. Do you see a similar momentum shifting upwards, kind of how what we're in currently with how it was going into Homecoming with Cardona and Gage, and how that was kind of like at that time one of the pinnacles and the highest points of GCW. Do you feel that GCW's momentum is heading towards that same trajectory at the moment?
Well, sometimes it's very hard for me to tell. Obviously, of course I do my best to kind of, keep an eye on all the commentary and discourse and, discussion. But I've always just kind of been, what's the word? I've always tried to keep a balanced outlook on things, and it's so, and with that, in mind, it's hard for me sometimes to um to to tell if am I just excited or is everybody excited? You know what I mean? But I of course I do feel like there's momentum going in the right direction. How much and how much in comparison to, you know, previous milestones, it's hard to tell. Sometimes you can't tell until you get there. So, but I definitely feel like we've definitely been on a bit of a roll lately, and we've got stuff going on that's good and a lot of good stuff coming up. So it feels to me like momentum is going in the right direction. So it's certainly better than the contrary.
Yeah, I'm like, I've been saying this last couple of weeks on here that I got you have restored the feeling that I first got when I first started watching you guys, and like with now bringing Justice back and all the craziness that's going on with the world title and the matches that you've had, like the shows, as Chip was saying earlier, the cards have been strong from match one to the main event. I'm just seeing a lot of positive momentum, and it just feels good. Like it kind of feels like being a fan all over again, except now with just kind of new toys to kind of see in action, and it's really fun to see right now.
Well, I definitely I do think that we've had a definitely a productive shift in the roster over the last maybe 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Definitely some new faces coming in, and some of the older ones kind of um maybe stepping back a little bit, or making way for some of the new faces to have a showcase or be featured. And it feels like those people are all delivering. People like Zilla and Megan Bain, and even some of the younger people who have kind of been elevated as a result. Guys like Alec Price and Cole Roderick. These are people who have been working hard for some time now, who are we're getting a chance to see the improvements that they've made, and when it's really time for them to kind of do or die, they're all doing at this time. So that's good to see. And then it kind of it puts us in a cool situation, because not only do we have all this new talent who's thriving, but we still have all these veterans who are still here. They might not be on every single show, but they can come in and come in and out, at times that benefit them and GCW, and gives it creates so many new opportunities and new matchups too. So I think we're in a good spot when it comes to the roster right now.
Yeah, I think like a
Roster's
good example of
fantastic.
that. Yeah. I think a good example of that, what you're saying, is bringing Tony in at Asbury. That's like the perfect place to bring him back after not seeing him for a while. And that reaction he got just shows, like, I know how you're saying like the older ones kind of not getting pushed back, but making room for the younger ones. But when we get to see these old ones that kind of brought us back or brought us into GCW, and still seeing them showing up and kind of getting new opportunities against new talents, it's really awesome to see.
Well, Tony Deppen is, he's a heart and soul GCW guy, and his contributions are etched in his GCW legacy is, etched in stone. Whether he's on every show or whether he's on once a month, his contributions helped build this company, and I mean, it'll always be good to see him in a GCW ring, no matter how often or how long it is between those shows.
I was going to ask you about Microman. I feel like you only had him here for a set amount of dates, and then the popularity pushed him over further. Is that right or wrong? I'm pushed him over
What do
for
you mean?
further dates. Sorry.
Oh, no, Microman definitely. It's weird because Microman actually, we'd actually been trying to get Microman for a long time, but and not to try to cause any drama or stir up any drama, but we weren't able to get Microman for a while because he was under MLW contract and they wouldn't let him do any GCW shows. So every time we tried for probably over a year, we were he said, "I'm sorry, I'd like to, but I'm not allowed." So yeah, when we finally were able to get him on the shows, obviously we were excited to have him, and I'm definitely not surprised that he got that he's been as popular as he's been. I mean, he's a very talented and exciting performer. What's not to like? He's awesome. So we certainly haven't seen the last of Micro. I mean, he's actually taking a little break right now. Pardon the pun. He's taking a break right now. Because he's actually expecting a child to be he's expecting a new baby to be born. I want to say end of August or beginning of September. So he's I think end of August. So he's taking a couple months off because he wants to be there, to help his wife and be there for the birth of the child and be there for the first month or two. And he's been very excited. He's been looking forward to this, and so yeah. So if anybody's wondering why we haven't seen him in a little bit, again, pardon the pun. If anybody's wondering why we haven't seen him, that's where he's been, and that's where he is now. But he'll be back when he's ready to get back out there.
I want to just kind of cheerlead for a second. New South. I kind of counted them almost as just, the local so-and-so about a year and a half ago, whatnot. And you kept going down there and I'm going, okay, we see New South a lot but then we're seeing talent like Hunter and several other people coming out of New South that are just fantastic. And for me, I felt like they're at a talent level right now where they remind me a lot of Young, Dumb, and Broke, just modern. And I've been telling those guys, there needs to be about 4 of you to get together and maybe have a little New South faction, because I feel like they're at that level where as a group they would be formidable. And alone, they're still strong enough to handle themselves. So
No,
I just
those
wanted
guys
to kind
are
of give
awesome.
a little shout out.
Yeah, no, and not a bad idea. Those guys are very super talented, and they're all very hungry. They're all hungry and passionate and eager. They all have great attitudes. They all drive hours and hours and hours for opportunities. Even knowing that nothing's guaranteed, they show up anyways, and they're just super talented. First and foremost, I mean, they're just very talented, and they're all good guys. So I'm very happy for them. I'm happy to be able to work with them, and yeah, I'm excited to see what the next step is for them and to watch them continue to get better.
Yeah, they're impressive. I wanted to ask you too, just in the last couple months, there's been a concerted effort towards storylines. Like, it's just obvious. Podcasters like us, that gives us something to chew on, because you can only talk about a drop kick so many times, and then here comes their next match, and then it's another set of drop kicks. So it's nice to have that storyline to chew on. Is there anyone that was a driving force behind this influx of storylines recently?
Well, I don't think there was necessarily any one particular person or moment. I think it's just, just wrestling is, I think we've talked about this before. Wrestling is just one of those things where, everything goes in cycles and you're constantly evolving, or at least you should be evolving. And, I think we're just in our, as I've said, we're in our sports entertainment era around here. And, We just happen to have like the right mix of performers who are suited for sports entertainment and who are good at it. And I don't know, just, it's kind of like, you try one thing and it works, so let's try another thing. And, they just kind of branch off one into the next. And it's fun to do it. It is fun. I mean, I love drop kicks, believe me. And I could watch, drop kicks in every match, but I also love sports entertainment. And, who doesn't love a good story? So I think when we can mix sports entertainment and drop kicks, that's great. And hopefully we can, keep trying to make new stories. It's not always easy to do that on the indies because you have people who are, nobody's under contract, and people's availability and dates change all the time. And, sometimes it's hard to line people up. This guy might be available on this date, but that guy's not. Or, and it's not always as easy as people may think it is. At the same time, fortunately, we are GCW and we do run a lot of shows, so we have the ability to, if one guy can't be at one show, it doesn't mean a storyline ends. There's ways to continue it, without it happening on literally every single show, because we have, if they're not there on Friday, they might be there on Saturday. So, I think it's just, I just think we're in our sports entertainment era and we're having fun with it. And as long as the fans continue to enjoy it, we'll keep trying to pump out more. And if people at some point decide they want to get back to the drop kicks, then we'll get back to the drop kicks.
Yeah, I'd have to say the latest big thing was that Effie and Mance, saga that went on for so many months, and however many people that were involved in that. What a great example to the younger talent, cutting promos, actually putting a storyline together. They did a damn good job, I think, of being an example there. And I feel like that plus Cardona may have been two of the, I mean, this is an outsider perspective, obviously. Looking in, it looks like they were the ones who got the ball rolling, where the younger cats went, you know what? Maybe a storyline is the way to go. And and so I just,
well, of course,
I mean,
of course, there's, there's influences within the locker room, and of course, Matt Cardona would certainly be one of them. I mean, he is a sports entertainer, and he's, not to break kayfabe, but he is a he's very involved in the locker room, and he's very much interested in the success of GCW, and he likes giving back in the ways that he can to the locker room. And one of his strengths, of course, is sports entertaining. So when he can kind of help guide others or give advice or lend support, he's more than happy to do it. He will work with anybody. He will he shows up early and he's ready to do whatever it takes, and he's always wanting to do more. I mean, he's there are times where I have to tell, where Matt wants to do something extra, and I tell him, you don't have to do that, because he's that passionate about it. So, certainly Matt's an influence, and yes, Mance too. Of course, Mance is he loves cutting promos and telling stories. So, I mean, when two of your top guys are of that style, that can, of course, dictate a direction of sorts in the way the rest of the show or the program, the direction of the program in general.
Mance has a good head on him. I really enjoy talking with him a lot. Good conversationalist. I like listening to him tear down to me a little more of his thought process. That guy's cool. He really does have you believing in, whatnot as a fan, but then you sit down and really have a chance to talk back and forth with him. It was a treat. It's really cool to hear someone who knows what they want and how they're going to do it, and being active in making themselves better.
Well, Mance is a grown up, for one thing. He's not, I don't mean that. I'm not suggesting anything negative, but I mean he's he's not a 20-year-old kid. He's been around a little bit. He's lifelong wrestling fan who's a student was and is a student of the game, and yeah, definitely he knows what he's talking about, and he cares, and yeah, and he's comfortable and confident in playing the character that he does and playing the role and cutting promos, and confident in his ability to have a good match without without having to do high spots and flips and all of that, and that's nothing against those things. We love high spots and flips and drop kicks, but he's a guy who can do a match with nothing more than a punch and a kick and maybe a suplex here and there, and do it at the top of the card. So that's a testament to how talented he is as a performer and as a character.
Oh yeah, one time he said, "Did you see how many clotheslines I did?" He said some of those should have been punches. He's like, "I just pulled clotheslines, made him look just as good." In LA, one of the picky places.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
So speaking of stories here, we have a recent one that we hadn't covered yet on this show, but one that's tugging on my heartstrings, and I think you will have something to say for it. Los Precisos. What is going on with Miedo and Ciclope?
I don't know. It's one of those things. I think those dudes are brothers. They have been brothers and close knit, and a tag team for most of their adult life. Probably for all of their adult life, actually. So they're like any brothers. I think. There's probably times where you hate your brother, or you can't stand your brother, or you're frustrated, or you're not on the same page, especially, and I think those things can be amplified when your tag team partner is your brother. So, I think that they've experienced a little bit of frustration lately, and maybe not getting as many wins as they're used to getting, and probably there's a little bit of frustration between the two, but hopefully that's just temporary, and they can get things back on track. I mean, we've seen them struggle before and then end up as tag team champions again not long after. So hopefully it's just one of those instances, and we'll see them back on track soon.
Yeah, that one definitely caught my attention this weekend as a new story that very intrigued to see what happens there, as I myself I think, as you said before, too, a giant fan of both of them, and I'm glad to see though both of them still back in GCW and working after the time off that they had earlier this year.
No, they're GCW lifers, so at least I hope they are. They're again two of the other guys who helped build this company back at the Howell days, and they're just good guys, and they are guys who sacrifice and who deserve everything they get. So I love them.
I agree.
I'm gonna pass something kind of fun on to you, Brett. If you get Action Mike Jackson and you get Bodie Young Prodigy, you could have one of the oldest and one of the youngest working in the ring together at GCW. And I don't have the name off the top of my head, but Action Mike Jackson, I believe, is the only active wrestler to still say he wrestled Vern Gagne. So you would actually have a very young Bodie who would be able to say that he wrestled someone that wrestled Vern Gagne in the late 70s.
Yeah, that's just a crazy 6 degrees. Yeah. I want to say that we did have Mike Jackson in the ring with... Didn't we do a match in Chicago?
I think you had him in there with Nick Wayne.
Nick Wayne, Billy Starks, and Marcus Mathers, something like that. Was that a match? Mike Jackson and a couple other folks that are... Yeah. So, no, certainly seeing him and Bodie in there would be interesting. But, Mike Jackson's... yeah, God, he's a good guy and obviously talented, and he's I don't know if science is he defies science and being able to
Yeah.
do what he does. Yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, I probably should hit him up again sometime soon because it's, even though he seems to be in perfectly good shape and, he's probably been, you know, he's probably been in the twilight of his career for 30 years now. So while he's, still in good shape, the numbers say he can't do this forever, even though he's trying his best to break those rules. But he's one of those guys where I'd like to keep him around as much as we can, just because, just because of, who he is and where he's been and what he has to offer just by stepping in a locker room. So, I always think back, not to get off the topic of Mike Jackson, but one of the things I've really been thinking about lately is how, how much we miss Tracy Smothers and how special of a person and a performer he was, and how, uh, I was, one of my regrets is that I didn't book him more, when he was just out there and available. And, you don't always think about it like, oh, well, he may pass away, in a few years,
Right.
because of course you don't expect anybody to just, get sick and die. But, once I found out he was sick, and now, obviously it's just, that's life or death. But, now when I think about it, I always think like, damn, I wish I would have had him around more often. Just because of how special he was. And, I guess sometimes you take those things for granted, and people like that for granted. And Mike Jackson is definitely somebody who, when we have him around, it's like, wow, this is cool. Look at this guy. And, he's definitely in the same category. So, yeah, awesome dude.
Oh, you're on mute, John. Sorry.
I was given a number to call him one time for merch, and I found out it was his house phone. Dude
Definitely
picks up his house phone. So we talked for 10, 15 minutes. Nice as can be. Loved it.
Yeah, he's he's old school. Definitely still has a house phone. He's one of those guys who still who writes his dates down in on a calendar, and yeah, old school guy, just through and through.
Now, you and I are the same age, Brett. Any talk of maybe seeing George South sometime again if we pass down through the South?
George South, absolutely. He's a he's a GCW guy.
Good.
And another guy who of course I love having around. The one thing about George South, believe it or not, is George South is actually super busy. He's booked every weekend. It's actually hard to get him, believe it or not. He's always got a ring rental or some show in this city, North Carolina, or this city, Tennessee or something like that. He's still going, literally every weekend. So, for me to book George South, I actually have to hit him up months and months in advance to get him.
Wow.
I would say that he's probably had to say no, because he was already booked for a equal number of times that he said yes for us, believe it or not. So.
I'm a big Southern fan. I love everything about that guy, from the tough look to the John 3:16. It's so Southern.
Oh yeah,
I'm a badass, but I love Jesus kind of thing.
I love it. This guy hands
cool
out Bibles. He hands out Bibles at the gimmick table, and I don't particularly want a Bible myself, but I love that he hands them out. It's just
good intentions.
Yes, absolutely. So. He's a good guy. Such a great team player and just a nice guy. So yeah, he's another guy I'll have to try to get back sooner than later.
I have a question here that John's kind of brought up in the past, so I'm going to kind of steal your idea here, but say it in your behalf.
John Wolf?
Yes, you.
Shit.
With Cardona announcing his return to the in-ring activity, is he still going to keep the general manager status and powers as an active competitor?
That I don't know. I guess I should probably reach out to his agent, Barry Bloom, and
Yeah.
talk about that. So I don't know. I mean, he used his alleged creative control to make himself general manager when he got injured. So I don't know. I don't know if he intends to give that up, or if he's going to try to, continue to hold on to power, as they say.
So an angle that I saw a long time ago was that once a GM decides to step into the ring and become an active wrestler, he loses his job as GM because of the conflict of interest. So I honestly thought that he was going to step in and you say, look, I talked to your lawyer. Maybe you didn't know this, but the minute you step in the ring and the bell rings, you're not a GM anymore. You're now a wrestler again. And he's stripped.
Yeah, and I'll certainly bring that to the attention of the board of directors and probably to Matt himself. So it's good to know that there's a precedent there, and maybe we'll have to keep that in our back pocket. If and when the situation should arise that we need to take that power away from him.
I just felt it was a good out, and then if he learned that in the ring, he could sell the shit out of that like crazy. He would just, I mean, he could throw a fit. The fans would love it. So.
I would love it. So,
speaking of, because we never talk about it too much, I think, and this is going back and jumping into something else, but I wanted to let you know, I think initially a lot of people were wondering about bringing Nick Gage on as your one person that you brought on as a actual contracted wrestler. And I have to say that was a really smart move because you really did preserve him, it seems, for a much longer time than maybe he would have if he just went hard in the indies outside of GCW. So I just want to tell you, from like business owner to business owner, that was an awesome move. And I think it was really smart for you to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly that was one of the considerations. And, Nick is the type of person who, first of all, he's a, he bleeds GCW, whether he's under a contract or not. That's not the hard part, or that's not up for discussion or for debate. But, he's a guy who just, he does love wrestling, and he loves his fans, and he would wrestle every weekend if he could. And and he doesn't have, the other thing with Nick is he doesn't know what take it easy means, or don't kill yourself. Those things don't apply to him. He's ready to kill himself in a ring. He's ready to die in a wrestling ring, and I don't think he's joking when he says that. I'm not saying he's trying to die in a wrestling ring, but he will get in there he'll get in there as often as he's allowed, and he will go 110%. And probably at this stage in his career, he doesn't need to be doing that, and he shouldn't be doing that. So, we've obviously found a way where it was mutually beneficial for us to, to take care of him and as he deserves, for a lifetime of service, Nick deserves to not have to kill himself and not to have to die in a wrestling ring. Even if he's comfortable with that, I'm not necessarily comfortable with that. So
he's worth so much more to GCW than he is to other independent companies.
Of course. Yeah. Of course. And I think, it's a unique situation. We're identified so closely together where, if he only has 20 matches left in his career, they should all be with GCW, and, and I don't know what the number is, but again, he can't do it forever. And I think, I don't think we're looking at a Mike Jackson scenario here. I don't think Nick's going to be wrestling when he's 75 or 76 years old. So, both as a person and as a performer, I would like to see him finish his career with, grace and dignity and going out on top, and not as somebody who's, literally, limping across the finish line.
Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I just had a question kind of similar, like not similar, but piggybacking off that. So with the this new company, Pacific North Death, he is announced for that. Is that something that we could see him working there more often, or is this just a,
Mhm.
as you said, a one-time thing because it's a new
I
company
think
to
it's
help them out?
I think it's a I think that's a one-time thing, and I think well, I think it's a one-time thing for now, and I think it's a special occasion, and I think you know, I don't know. That's all
Sorry,
I'll say
I
about it.
don't know any details or anything. I did recall just seeing him announced
No,
for that
it's
thing, and then
certainly
that question was
no, of
very
course.
okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is, and I think it's a I wouldn't get used to it.
Okay. Yeah, Frank
Frank.
had a good comment here. I wanted to bring it up too because this is something we have agreed on as well. Post career, Frank says he would love to see Nick as a color commentator with Prazak. He always enjoys that pairing. I do as well. John, I believe you do. And
I think there's quite a few colorful characters at GCW, including Brett here. It's actually fun to listen to because you get to see what they're thinking, and also honestly, outside of maybe you doing this, which is incredible, and thank
yes,
you.
thank you.
We don't get to see you passed behind maybe Patreon and whatnot. So
Hmm.
yeah, it's really nice to hear you sit around and joke with Prazak or joke with Violent J and just be people. No business, just people sitting there enjoying a show. It's really nice to see the fan portion of you come out during commentary.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's I don't want to do it regularly. I don't want to be a performer, or I don't want to be an on-camera personality in GCW, any more than I have to be, and because it's just not my job, and it's just not my thing, and but sometimes it is appropriate, or sometimes it's okay to pop in a little bit. Backyard wrestling is, it's a show that's not meant to be taken seriously. So, I think I think that's an exception to the rule. And I had a lot of fun doing that, with Violent J. I told Violent J personally many times, and, people who are of my generation, I think, the ICP's Stranglemania tape, actually played a huge role in my, teenage years, and me learning about independent wrestling and learning about deathmatch wrestling. And I've told him many times, that tape you put out probably changed my life. So it was kind of like a full circle, moment for me, where it was hard for me not to sit there and do commentary with him, and yeah, that was so fun to do that. But Nick Gage is very good at commentary, and he's not acting when he does it, by the way. He's not playing a character. I mean, that's really how he is when he's watching wrestling or watching sports. I mean, I can't tell you how many football games I've watched with him, or basketball games, baseball games, or watching wrestling on TV. He's always animated, and those are literally the comments that he makes sitting on the couch. So
I would pay money to have him just hear him commentate, or just like talk about a baseball game in a blown call. That would be amazing.
yeah, no, for real. He's I mean, he's into it. He loves sports. Always. I mean, from day one when I met him, he's as big into sports as he is into wrestling. And yeah, geez. No, he's legit. It's real. No character. It's real.
He's awesome on commentary. I love whenever he just rips into the referees, and yeah, he's very authentic. It definitely gives that off.
Yeah,
And it's
no, I
awesome.
mean, sometimes I have to tell him, to to be more wrestling, to be more character, as opposed to being his real reactions, just because they're so real that, sometimes it almost doesn't fit what we're going for. But
The GCW aesthetic.
yeah, but he's no, he's good at it. And I think that could be a good fit for him someday down the road. I think he does have skills outside the ring, or skills that could be, used outside the ring. So maybe one day we'll cross that bridge.
I'm changing subjects again here, but podcast to podcast, I wanted to say that the GCW official podcast, I'm loving the frequency that those are coming out now. I really do like them a lot, and I don't know how it's working, but you get through a lot of, are we going to this city? Are we going to that city? And it's enjoyable to listen to. So I wanted to say that just what you've done over the past couple months has been a drastic improvement to what Patreon had as an offering earlier. So thank you for that.
No, I mean, and I appreciate that. And I know that in a lot of ways, we could probably do some stuff better on the Patreon or more consistently. And I'm very aware of that. It's, again, we have a small staff, and, I can't do it all myself. But one thing I can do is try to do this podcast as often as I can, and give, the people that want to hear it and enjoy hearing it, give it to them as often as I can, and give them the access that, they're paying for, really. So, I definitely have been trying to make an effort to make time for that and do it as often as we can. And I enjoy doing it. And obviously we've had some recent shakeups in that department. But I think
no idea.
Yep, I know, right? But no, I think those of us that are doing it right now are on the same page, and we're going to do our best to keep it moving.
Well, it's appreciated. It really is, because it's a lot of fun to sit down, and I mean, maybe there's 5 minutes there within the hour and a half, 2 hours, where there's real information that's helpful for Bran or I, that, we kind of get a better direction of where the company may be going by a couple of your comments. So that helps us to kind of know where we're going to go to help make sure the direction, is right there with the direction you're taking. So basically the trains are going in the same direction. So, so I love the balance that you're taking with the whole. All right, what's the best way to put this? Like I said, I'm a business guy too. So you must have seen the Bloodsport situation and went, geez, man, how can I kind of work within the wrestling system a little more to maybe get my product further into the proper eyeballs at these larger companies? Because I mean, Bloodsport kicks open a door, which is, Barnett is so universal with, he's so well known with all these people. I mean, as somebody who's always constantly looking at opportunity, did you say, you know what, I want to clean up a couple things, or I want to get a couple things in order that maybe makes me more enticing? Have you?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. No, of course. I've always felt like, GCW, like, we don't follow the rules, or we don't have to follow the rules, or, this is where we can come and do whatever we want. And, and that spirit and that philosophy 100% still applies. However, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to be, as professional as we can, or, not act like idiots if we don't have to, or, I think there's a time and place for everything, and, probably a fine line over what's, outlawish and what's just, maybe unnecessary or stupid. And I want to cut out the things that are stupid, embrace the things that are unique about us, without pushing people away, or without, making us look less than we are. So certainly there's a concerted effort to tighten things up and, be our best, or be the best that we can be, at least, or try our best. And definitely been trying to go in that direction.
It has to be inspiring. No, just want to say it has to be inspiring to see people walk in and go, you know what? That's my business, and I want the same thing for myself, Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think, and I think we'd be silly not to be, I think it'd be silly for us not to, embrace opportunity here.
Absolutely.
GCW success is independent wrestling success, and I think the smart people understand that. And traditionally and historically, facts are facts. Over the last several years, I mean, GCW has paved the way for a lot of the things that you see in other independent wrestling companies doing. We've set a lot of precedents and ways of doing business that nobody did before us. Us kicking down a wall or opening a door, may lead to the next guy, the door being open for the next guy and the next guy. So, again, we are all ultimately, we're all in the same independent wrestling team. So, the more successful we are, it will trickle down and present opportunity for those, with us and below us and whatever. Independent wrestling's a small world ultimately. So, we're all on the same team, whether we like it or not. So,
that's right.
I just had a quick question. Go back to Bloodsport. How is it for you, or are there what challenges are presented to you with having to book that Bloodsport with a Ring of Honor talent, TNA talent, and WWE talent? How does that go with booking just the matchups and everything else with all these companies involved in it?
Well, I mean, of course, there's some challenges, but it's not necessarily as challenging as you might think it is. And I'll tell you why. It's because a couple reasons. One, GCW has built up credibility over the last few years where, when we have big name talent in, whether it's from AEW or Japan or otherwise, we've shown that we can treat talent with respect and respect to where they come from and feature them, in a way that is beneficial for everybody. But second, and perhaps most importantly here is Josh Barnett is respected industry wide. He is friends with people at the very top of every company in some way or another. I don't have any other way to put it other than, these people, believe it or not, I mean, this is a guy who talks to, I don't want to give information more than, maybe
Right.
I don't want to step out of line, but I mean, Josh is friends and respected with people at the very top of these organizations. So, there are exceptions that are given, in some cases because of Josh, so, those challenges, it's not even a matter of challenges really. It's either these people trust GCW and Josh to handle their talent in a certain way. And, there's no, nobody says to us, they can only do this or they can only do that. If they're saying yes, then they're saying yes because they trust that we're going to do it properly. So, there's no messaging back and forth. They're saying, is it okay if we do this? And is it okay if we do that? There's just kind of an understanding when they're brought aboard that, that things will be handled a certain way. So, but, in the locker room and, behind the scenes, everything runs smoothly with Bloodsport. I mean, these guys ultimately, regardless of what company they come from, they're all wrestlers, and wrestlers wrestle and they like wrestling, and they, in most cases, like other wrestlers. So, the locker room is, when they're, they may come from AEW or WWE or wherever, but when they're at Bloodsport, they're in the Bloodsport locker room, and everybody's on the same team. Not to be cliche or corny about it, but they're just they're on Team Bloodsport for that night, and everybody's interested in going out and having a fight and a match as good as they can. So it's been overall it's been relatively headache free managing all the talent from different places.
That's cool. Because I was thinking that night must have been just booking it because, like I said, with all these companies. But that's awesome to hear that you guys weren't really given any directives as they trust, you guys earned and built that trust. So that's really, really awesome to hear.
Yeah, and I think, if something happened that they didn't like, I think that there would be a productive discussion about it, but we haven't hit that roadblock yet. So, yeah, so we're on the, so far so good.
Sorry, one last one, John, before then you can take the next one.
Yes, sir.
With them bringing up Bloodsport on Impact Wrestling, on NXT, on WWE Raw, is there any reason why they don't say GCW? Is it because it is Josh Barnett's, or
no, it is GCW, and I think I actually haven't heard them. It's weird that sometimes it is a little weird to hear how they refer to it because they've all kind of referred to it differently. I heard Michael Cole just refer to it as Bloodsport, and I didn't see the TNA, or at least I didn't hear the TNA reference
on it and everything. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Right. So no, I did see that, and in the clip, there's a big GCW logo on it. So
yeah.
I don't know what I don't know I don't know what the commentators called it. But I mean, if you were watching TNA and you saw the clip, you saw the GCW logo. But as far as when it was on the most recent time on Raw, I heard Michael Cole refer to it only as Bloodsport, not even as Josh Barnett's Bloodsport, just as Bloodsport. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that there's any. I don't know that there's any motivation one way or another in how they're saying it, or if they just don't know, or if he's just reading it off the piece of paper, or or if they're just maybe they're trying to be vague for any number of reasons. But I don't think that there's any sort of conspiracy theory going on, and I don't think it's meant as an insult in any way or to not acknowledge us. I think maybe they just, I don't know, maybe that's just what they were told to say or whatever. But Bloodsport and GCW are partners. I'm sorry, Bloodsport and Josh Barnett are partners in Bloodsport. So, you're not going to see. We're not going to run a Bloodsport event without Josh, and without Josh isn't going to suddenly start running Bloodsport shows and leave us behind. That neither of those things will happen. So, it doesn't matter what Michael Cole says, to be honest.
That kind of was like my reason too, because like when they did just a show a month or two ago in Japan, Bloodsport, it was not a part of the GCW Triller TV package, so you actually did have to buy it separately. And I was just that just kind of float along with that question as what you were just saying. They won't go separately, but it just seemed like it did happen or anything. And was there any like reason for that one being not part of the Triller package?
That was a side project of Josh's that he worked with some of his I guess longtime partners in Japan. And Josh had asked me or mentioned it to me that he wanted to do it, and I said, go for it. It's again, there's no there's no drama to it or backstory or anything. It was just something that he had always wanted to do and he had been working on, and the way that it was set up didn't make sense for us to be directly involved in it this time. He had other people who were doing it a certain way, and that's what he wanted to do, and we were cool with it and supportive. And I actually thought, I watched it. I watched some of it live. It came on at 3 a.m. or something.
Yeah.
I watched I watched some of it live, and I thought that of course, there were some things I thought could have been better, and on the other hand, I thought some things were great. I thought their production was amazing. I thought it was easy to watch, which is, one of the highest compliments you can give, I think. That was just a side thing.
I really enjoyed the pageantry that Japan gave it. Made it feel like old Pride days too for a little bit. So I think
Yeah.
that was really cool that he was able to do something special over there with his history,
Of
with
course.
Japan and all that. So I thought it was a really like I love the pageantry and stuff. I actually preferred, no offense, like the action that just happened a couple weeks ago in Bloodsport way more than I did the Japan one. But the pageantry was
Mhm.
something I really enjoyed seeing Japan give that love to Bloodsport, and that's something I think would be cool to cross over and see a little bit more out here. But I know that's two different cultures and how they view Bloodsport out there, kind of how it is right now out here a little bit more as well.
I want to break in just for a moment to just introduce Emil. Emil showed up just a minute ago. We were
Sorry,
talking,
Emil.
so I wanted to say hi, Emil. How you doing, man?
Yo, what up, everybody? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Yeah, I never know how it's I never know if I'm really hooked up until I start going. But yeah, I saw y'all were still going. I was watching some battle rap earlier. Some battles just dropped. So that took my attention, but I saw y'all were still going, so I said, what's up?
Yeah. Thanks for hopping on, man. You're always welcome on here, both of you.
Yeah, no doubt. What's going on? How's the night been?
You know, pretty good so far. We were doing our review, and then Brett jumped in because he's got like a back door that we gave him to get in here, and then we just started talking the business. So
yes, indeed.
Just having fun, smiling, enjoy ourselves. WrestleDad Chip is here. The two other co-hosts from WrestleDads are the two kids who were slapping Mance on Friday.
Yo, homeboy gave Mance the business. Yo, he lit Manser up. I mean, was it the younger one that got him? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be Parker.
Yeah, Parker got him about 4 times in the mush. The older one got him about once or twice, I think. But Parker let him have it.
Yeah. That fourth one was a surprise. Did you see that fourth one? Boom. The dirty one.
That was like the cherry on top. That was the you're still laying on this guardrail. Pop, got your ass. That was very cool. That's what happened. Like, hey, sometimes payback's a bitch. You make a kid cry, that kid's gonna hit you about 4 times in the face. Wow, incredible.
Yeah, that was awesome. He's the star of the show. Like, he's only 9 and he wants to be a professional wrestler so bad. So like, to give him that moment, like, he was ready, and yeah, that was awesome.
Well, hell, in 2 more years, you can send him down to Mexico and he'll be a pro in no time.
Yeah, he's ready, man. Like, we do backyard wrestling. He likes doing promos, and he likes any action that he can get, man. That was awesome.
I'll tell you what, the kids are all right.
They're getting there. Emil, did you see that the Small Desk concert from Locks?
I still haven't watched
fucking
it yet.
Slipping, bro. You're slipping.
Dude. I tweeted about earlier.
Sorry,
today.
I had to bust his balls. It's non-GCW,
I know,
but I had to bust.
I know. But like, I was going to tonight, but then Ruin Your Day tweeted that they were going to do an episode of Watch Battles with Big K and Ilmac, and I'm like, oh, those are the 2 guys that I watch battles for, so I have to watch that. So that took my my attention away from the Locks tonight. Maybe tomorrow.
Good.
Hopefully.
We lost Brett, but he could have been disconnected. We don't know. We'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, so we were just in here doing reviews, and then Brett jumped in here real quick, and he's like, you know what? It's time to talk. So we just went to it. I got a good one for you, Emil, right here. How many performers have been to GCW this year so far? That includes the clusterfuck. There we go.
What do you mean? How many wrestlers?
How many performers have walked into a GCW ring this year so far?
Jesus,
Just
that's a lot. Because do you also include DJ Who Kid who appeared in January?
oh, you're getting tricky now. I had a number until you started going. No, 495. It shows 495 performers and or teams
Bro,
have
I
come through
was gonna
GCW
guess
this year.
500. I was
Oh,
literally gonna guess 500. Like no bullshit. Because like PWI, DVDVR, 500, whatever. Like I was just gonna say 500 to be funny, but damn, that's super close. But did you include DJ Who Kid?
496.
All right,
Dude, I forgot DJ Who Kid was in a GCW ring.
Yes, he was, dude.
Killer.
What the fuck?
Insane, bro. We gotta get who's next? Who's next? K Slay? Can we get the
Maybe.
Drama King?
I mean, let's do it.
Yeah, man. Fuck.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that was crazy. Who Kid was in the GCW ring in
Like, wow.
January this year.
Well,
So,
let's make it 500. You're close.
So, and the funny thing about that was like, I forget who came up to me, but there were a couple people that came up to me. They're like, "Do you know how to announce?" And I'm like, "Yes, I know how to announce." Like, don't even ask me that question. Like, come on. Like,
I'm glad it was you that made that announcement for him compared to somebody else, because that would have been disastrous, I think.
it could have been.
So I was
Yeah,
going to
I
ask, is
knew
there
it.
going to be any repercussions of Charles Mason putting his hands on MLJ, Brett?
I don't want
Charles
no.
Mason
I don't
needs
want
to be
no
done with.
problems.
He needs to be
I
done
don't
with.
want any problems. Not trying to press charges. I don't want any issues. I would just I would like to not be touched by him specifically.
By him, yeah.
because that hurt. I didn't like it.
I want to see the Joel Gertner neck brace next week. That'd be awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That was me that said that to you. Sorry.
Gert the neck.
Yeah, international travel with a neck brace. Incredible commitment to the bit. Oh boy.
Let's see here. Yeah. Great one said DJ Who Could would have been in both GCW and TNA ring the same month.
Who was he? Where was he first?
Ooh, that's a good question. Great one, our listener.
I think it was absolutely. I think it was GCW. I saw him.
We had him in January, so like,
Yeah.
come on.
See,
Before
we
the
paved the
impact
way.
run.
We had to pave the way for TNA.
Chip, I know we've kind of went and gone crazy and blocked you out here. Is there any questions you may have?
Sorry, Chip.
No, I'm just chilling. I didn't know if Brett was going to show up, and now that he did, I'm just like, oh well, I'm just let the man speak. I mean, this is a GCW podcast, so like he's the man. Let him have it. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, other than like, I just have like self-promoting questions, to be honest. Like, I don't really have anything else.
You go ahead. You can ask if you want. Yeah, you have them.
No, I just like it would be like to feed off what happened in Cleveland. Like I would love to make it out to homecoming, but like I don't know if I would be able to make that happen. You know what I mean? Like,
That's gonna be a crazy weekend, dude.
yeah, I know. I really want to, especially since after MDK and all that. Like, I know Parker really wants to be out there for that match, so I'm trying to figure out what would be the best way to get out there.
How was
Are
it
you talking-
introducing? Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was just gonna ask Emma, how was it introducing Matt Hardy in Cleveland?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
congrats on that, Emil.
Yes, thank you. That was cool. I like Matt Hardy, especially when he was ECW champion. That's like my favorite era my favorite era Matt Hardy when he was the ECW champion. But really for me, the coolest thing recently has been able to work with Raj Desi.
Yes.
I am like if you were to go back and look at like the night that Jinder Mahal won the WWF title on Twitter, like my tweets, like I was going crazy when that happened. I loved that run. 2017 Jinder Mahal or 2016, 2017, whatever it was, that was the best. I loved that era. I think he wanted Backlash 2017, right? Or
So-
I thought he won it on a SmackDown.
No,
No.
pay-per-view.
Oh,
pay-per-view. He
He beat Randy Orton.
yeah, I know it
with
was.
the Colossus.
What was the date?
It was May.
There's a reason why I'm asking. Let's see if we can figure out the date.
I think it was May 21st, 2007.
Okay, did you just come up with that off the top of your head, or are you looking it up?
No, I am literally not looking at anything.
No way.
Yeah,
I
call
swear to
bullshit.
God. No, I swear to God. My phone is on the table. Like
Wow.
I'm not touching anything.
How did
Great
you
one
know
said
that?
Backlash 2017.
Yes, because I am a big fan of him. I'm not I don't take pictures with talent that comes through the GCW locker room. That's not a thing I do. I did it with the Rock and Roll Express because my mom used to watch them on TBS. When she would go to Lamage class, she would rush home, with me in her, in her stomach, like after Lamage class to come see the Rock and Roll Express, and also like a wrestler she really liked for real was Jinder Mahal. So when he comes around, I said, "Hey, I need to get a picture with you so I can show my mom."
I get it.
May 21st, 2017. He won it at the Rosemont in Chicago.
Yes,
Woo.
yes, he did. With the Colossus, clean in the middle, 1, 2, 3. The crowd was beside themselves.
Unbelievable.
Now, I'm looking at something here. 2017. I think GCW had a show that day. Let's see.
Ooh, that
May.
that's before my
17.
full-time
No,
era.
maybe
So
not.
I wouldn't be able to.
I don't see a booking in May.
No. So, anyways, it must have been one of his title defenses, but we had a show in it must have been. Okay. It was Milwaukee. Was there a
Ooh.
WWE pay-per-view on August 20th, 2017?
Sounds like SummerSlam.
Wow.
Say.
But they were still
SummerSlam.
running. They were still running Sundays then. Was that
Yes,
a Sunday
correct.
show?
Yep. and
Okay,
it was
so if it's a Sunday show, then
well. Anyways, we watched this at the bar after the GCW show. We watched Jinder Mahal's match as WWE champion, and I was the only person in the bar that was cheering for Jinder proudly
oh my god.
with the D with the. I remember Nick Gage in the bar watching Jinder and being disgusted.
Oh my god, come on.
I know.
Unbelievable. Dude,
Paulie.
you know what's a dream match for me, honestly? Like if it was like 2017 Jinder versus 1994 Razor Ramon. Oh my
Whoa.
god. That match would have been incredible.
So we got a question one here, Brett. Yep. Jinder versus Nick Gage when?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I want to see
That's a
that.
wild one. That's a wild one.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess Nick's got to get past. Got to team with Matt Hardy and get past Cardona first, and then he can worry about Raj.
Yeah, we got to get there, but I hope we get to see that at some point.
Yeah, that would be great.
Bollywood is so much more dangerous now that the dynamic between those three are going to be impressive.
Yeah, those bastards. They are. They seem more dangerous now than ever before. That's for sure.
With Matt Hardy being at Homecoming, is there any word or any chance we could get Jeff Hardy in a GCW ring?
Happen again? I don't know. Maybe.
I had to ask. That's a good question.
Sorry.
I mean, he did the concert. I mean,
Yep.
He was in it. He gave Blake Christian the move.
The
Swanton.
Twisted.
Oh no, yeah.
that whole
Yes.
deal. He did the deal.
He
That
did
was
the
in Detroit.
Yes, it was.
I was
I
there
mean,
for that.
Yeah.
The Jeff Hardy concert afterwards. We got to sit in the ring. It was awesome.
Well, hold on though. Real quick, speaking of Detroit, just announced tonight, Too Tough Tony and Harpo's.
Yes,
That's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be so sick.
Too tough rules.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
he came to play in Louisville, didn't he?
We sure did.
He didn't look like he broke a sweat. Like after that match, it looked like he could keep on going another 20
You know what he
minutes.
said to me? You know what he said to me? You know what he said to me after MLJ? You might. I don't know if you heard him, or if you were there when he came up to me.
I think I was right there with you. But go
What did he
ahead.
say?
He said basically I don't remember the exact words, but he's like I belong here. Something
Yes.
like that.
Those are the
Yep.
exact words.
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah. I belong in GCW.
I said, yes, you do.
He's got that vibe. He's got a vibe.
Definitely.
And, I don't
Dude, when
understand though.
He did that somersault leg drop off the top to the to Manders, who was hanging on the top rope. That
Mhm.
was so cool. And then he lit his hand on fire and punched him in the face.
Yeah.
So
Still
cool.
got it.
I've been seeing him since Stranglemania, and I can tell you, I've never seen another man age for 15 years and look better than 15 years ago. Like he's aging awesome.
Let me tell you,
doing what he does too. That's crazy.
Too Tough Tony's living his best life. I can tell you that.
Yes, he is.
Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, he fits the vibe. I mean, the drinks and everything. Like the whole thing is just awesome. And it's one of the best things to come out of Stranglemania, I'd say for sure.
I actually have I'll give you a good story about Too Tough Tony in Louisville. Emil, you might have heard this as well. Do you recall when Manders took a drink out of the bottle?
Out of the yeah.
And do you recall him spitting it out or looking very perplexed about it?
Yes. Yes.
Well, apparently Right. So Tony has the multiple bottles, and Manders thought he was getting in on it by taking a shot out of the bottle. And he asked Tony, he said, "Give me the bottle, give me the bottle." And Tony told him, "No, you don't want this. You don't want it." And Manders told him, "Yeah, yeah, give me the bottle. Let me take a sip." And Tony gave it to him. And Manders took the sip. And then you can see it. I believe it's on camera, but you can see Manders' face instantly like cringe because what he sipped wasn't a sip of vodka. It was actually a sip of the like lighter fluid that Tony had in.
Oh,
So Manders grabbed the wrong bottle and took a sip of lighter fluid. And
When we have Manders on, we're going to talk about that one.
yes,
Oh shit! He could have
yeah,
done the whole Ricky Steamboat entrance off that shit.
yeah. Well, he was not prepared for what he got. So
He was not adequately prepared to rock.
no.
Speaking of, this is just how my train of thought's working. Are you adequately prepared to rock was an early PWG show title. Thinking of early PWG, Top Gun Talwar said he's going to be
I know.
at our show in Japan.
Nice.
Like he's one of the 6 founders of the whole deal to make that whole thing happen. That's pretty crazy. Top Gun Talwar in Japan. I'm gonna meet him. Hopefully.
wow.
It's
So,
wild.
what are your guys' thoughts on this time? Instead of working with Freedoms, you guys are working with DDT. What are you guys looking forward to working with DDT this time?
Well, as I said, you have to constantly evolve and change things up, and if you want to grow, the reality is in Japan, Freedoms is cool, but DDT is a much bigger company with a much bigger reach, far more resources, and they're able to do things that Freedoms, quite frankly, aren't able to do. That's not a diss on Freedoms. It's just a fact, DDT is a large company. So for us to take the next step and grow our company in Japan, we had to work with people who are able to take that step with us. And DDT is that next step. And of course, the DDT is not foreign to us. We've worked with DDT multiple times in the United States now. So, they are also our partner. This isn't like they're not like new partners for us. They're just the ones we're working with this time in Japan. So, I'm excited to kind of see how it goes and where it goes from here. And, it's going to be fun to, once again, bring GCW to Japan and meet new fans.
Yes.
I think DDT fits in with you guys more too than at Freedoms at the moment. Some of the stuff that DDT's been doing, I've been watching as of late, and I just get in my head I call it Japanese GCW because they do a lot of similar stuff than what you guys are doing out here, and I'm just loving to see. I love the crossover at Collective. That was like my introduction to DDT. I got the Universe package just to catch up on them, and I've been watching them, and so now you guys going back out there right now when they're really hot as well. I'm looking forward to it because I think you guys are doing a lot of similar stuff, and it seems like a match made in heaven, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think DDT offers perhaps a more complete show in terms of different things that they offer.
Good point.
DDT offers a lot of different styles of wrestling and wrestlers, which GCW does as well here in the States. So, like you said, I think it's a very good match.
And then you guys are over there, what, 3 days? Over there, 3. Up here we go. Boom. Get you back in here. So you're over there for 3 days, 3 big shows. That's going to be fun as hell.
And there's also
Two at Kurikan Hall.
There's the first day at Corrigan Hall, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for us at Shinjuku Phase, and then I do believe on the Thursday DDT show, I don't know where it's at. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do believe there is some GCW involvement on that show as well.
Nice.
That is correct.
I'm guessing that's not carried through Triller. That one, that 4th show.
No, I think that's a DDT show featuring
Gotcha.
GCW wrestlers.
That is correct.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I don't believe that would be included in the Triller TV Plus package, but perhaps was it Wrestle Universe?
Yes, Wrestle Universe.
Yes, I think it will be available on that platform.
Brett, I wanted to ask you, do you have any long-term goals in Japan, or have you met a good chunk of them right now?
You know, I think, yeah, well, we've met a lot of our goals for Japan. I think we're in a wait and see as far as Japan goes. Obviously, this tour plays a big part of that. I think this tour will kind of tell us where we're at. Just because it's the first time we're not at. It's our first time here at Shinjuku Face and not Shinkiba. So I think this will tell us, again, where we're at. It's a different style this time. And, I think we could go any number of ways after this tour, I would like to always have a presence in Japan and continue to have events there. I think it's, really going to be up to the fans of Japan and how often we can come back and what's realistic and what's not. So, I love, I love that we're able to do what we do in Japan. No other American independent companies can do this or have done this like we do. So, again, I think we're making history and paving the way for others, and I'm always proud to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say the exposure game seems to be pretty good over there. You're selling out left and right. Is Shinjuku larger than Shinkiba?
Yes.
Okay. Couple 100 extra.
I want to say for this setup, I want to say it's maybe 125 more or 100 more.
And tickets still on sale for that one or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Tickets.
I feel like there's you'll get a gotten a good deal of walk up over there. No.
Ooh. We might have lost his audio for. Oh, there we go.
Emil?
Yes. Because I know Mexico is like a heavily walk up crowd. Is it like that in Japan as well?
I personally.
Lost him again, I think. Poor guy.
Damn.
It's a tough question.
My hair? Me?
Yep,
Me?
now you are.
Okay, I
Yes,
think
sir.
it's because I minimized the screen. What I was saying was it's hard for me to give a good answer as far as Japan goes because um, traditionally speaking, for us, we're sold out. So there is no tickets left for a walk-up crowd. Um,
Right.
but I do think Japan. Well, again, I can't speak on authority on this, but I do know in Japan, it seems to me that people kind of have their lives a little more mapped out, maybe, or they. I don't know. It seems like they're more creatures of routine than maybe in America. Um,
Yeah.
where people do things where people do things spontaneously, I guess. In Mexico, it's a walk up crowd because a lot of people, for a multitude of reasons, but a lot of people can't necessarily afford to buy tickets in advance in Mexico, or it's not as easy. There's not as many resources or ways to buy them in advance, or people don't always have access to those avenues. But Japan, I don't know. I guess this will be a good test run to see what the walk up crowd is like.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just something I thought of just because wrestling happens so frequently there that you'd think there might just be fans that just show up to the venue whenever there's a show happening to buy a ticket to get in. Like they don't have to buy it ahead of, like they know that they don't have to buy it ahead of time because it's not going to sell out or whatever, or they know they can always get in or something like that. Like I feel like that might be a thing. I don't know.
I guess we're gonna find out.
I'm out of the loop a little bit. Are there going to be mask mandates over there in Japan still? I know they're
So
really careful with that.
it's over as far as I know.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah.
We're closing in at the 3 hour mark here. There's 400 people here. It's 2 a.m. on the East Coast. Should we stop right here, guys? So we're not, you know what I mean? I don't want to over
I am running
stretch
out
you
of gas
guys.
a little bit here, so
No, that's
I kind of figured
understandable.
that was going to.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much, Brett. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming on. Like that was totally unexpected, but very much appreciated. Anytime we could have you guys on, we
my
appreciate it
pleasure.
very much.
No, it's appreciated. Brett, you have a back door to come in here absolutely anytime. Feel free to use that if you need to come in here and just shake the tree a little bit and straighten us out.
Will do.
Well, then, do you want to just close this right now, Brent? You and me, we'll send him out. Up.
Thank
Oh,
you.
like the show? You're
Yeah.
talking about like the show? Okay.
Yeah, I figured we probably want to stop here. Brett's getting tired. It's like I said, it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast. So
Well, thank you as always for talking about GCW and
Yes.
and for caring and being passionate like we are. It's it always amazes me and humbles me to know that there's actually people out there that are doing this independently, and that there's 400 people listening right now that actually care enough to at 2 a.m. East Coast time and even 11 o'clock on the West Coast to talk about GCW and spend their time thinking about it. So thank you everybody for the support. It's truly appreciated and amazing.
And you know what? GCW is one of those things that is actually, it, no matter how you want to look at it, it's worldwide. So, whether it's 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 p.m. on the West Coast, it could be early morning, late night. It could be who knows where people are listening to this from because we have that reach, and which is a blessing that we've been able to have that kind of reach to go all over the world. Um, the sport of pro wrestling knows no bounds, and the fact that GCW is able to do that is a great thing. So no matter where you're from, all over the world, thank you. I appreciate you for checking us out.
Heck yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah.
started with less than 10 listeners, Brant and I. There just wasn't much in the way of public GCW, fan made or company made. And I loved it. He loved it. And we just went at it. So yeah, we're 2 years in now and we're rocking and we're getting a couple thousand listens per episode. And I mean, we're just fortunate. No shit.
And,
We're just fortunate.
and not for nothing, there's other like GCW review channels and stuff like that, but that's based upon because people like y'all started that for us, like
We umbrella. I don't know if you guys know this or not. We umbrella a lot of the GCW podcasts.
yeah,
Like right now,
it's great.
WrestleDads, he's on here. We do everything we can because we feel that the internet is large enough for all of us to do what we do.
Of course, like there's room for all sorts of takes and opinions on what we do, and the fact that y'all are cool with each other is great, because
I don't know, Emma, if you know the story, like how, like kind of like I started we started the Plant podcast, like kind of based off of this actual Game Changer Weekly. Like this was already there first, and
sure,
I wanted
yeah.
to help contribute. The other people that were here, they were like, "Hey, go and do your own. It's fine. There's plenty of room out there." And now, to 2 years later, being on the channel that I was watching and listening to, and now we're on it, and now we're on it with you two. It's just like it blows my mind every time you guys hop on, retweet, say anything, acknowledge us. Like Emma, you or me on Twitter the day I was the one sending you I'm disappointed in you not standing up to Mason when he was talking about Jordan. So,
Man,
but
his grip was hard, brother. His grip was hard. He had like the Vulcan death grip on me, dude. It was not fun. I did not like that.
But just like being able to do from where we started to now with you, Brett, coming on, then WrestleDads invited us on his podcast, and now we're doing like other people's podcasts. It's just incredible. And like, yeah, the big thanks to you guys for taking the time out to not only do the stuff for us to make content, but coming on here and helping us talk about it and creating it with us is just always like mind blows my mind. And I just want to make sure like you, Emil, and WrestleDads Chip and Brett, I know he left, but we appreciate it every single time. And yes, the store is always open for you guys.
Yeah, I think, a lot of times in modern wrestling, there's a lot of tribalism, but GCW, we're here for everybody. If you fuck with us, we fuck with you. And fans that fuck with GCW fuck with fans who fuck with GCW. You know what I mean? Like, so it's one of those things. We're here for everybody. If you like what we do, then we're gonna do it for y'all. If you don't like what we do, then go
Fuck
ahead
off.
and watch. Go. Like, listen, the universe of pro wrestling is vast. If you don't want to watch something exciting, go watch OVW or NWA or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, go watch one of them. Like, that's cool. But if you want to watch something that's sick, watch us. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. And no matter if you like WWF, TNA, AEW, whatever, it don't matter.
Where else are you going to find all those companies' talents on one show, like how GCW
Impossible.
does? Like how, no, like what GCW does. Like they're like, you guys are the only ones I could see like that are bringing in all these talents from all these companies and just creating shows out of it. And like that's something no other company is doing right now.
Sometimes we do that. You never know who's going to come through at a GCW show. There's been times where the whole, for what you think, the whole card's announced, and I show up to a venue, and all of a sudden I see this guy. I'm like, the hell are they doing here? And they wind up having a crazy ass match that nobody even knew was going to be happening. Like,
Yeah.
you never know what's going to happen here at GCW. Like, and that's the beauty of it. Like, that's like when WCW would have pay-per-views and they would just throw on like a Mikey Whipwreck match in 1999. Like, what? Like,
Yeah.
he's under like Mikey Whipwreck versus Billy Kidman. What? Y'all had y'all had Mikey Whipwreck? Like what? Like what? What's going on here? Like that's what we do. Like Cleveland just the other day. Alley Catch versus Sunny Kiss out of nowhere. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, to
What?
Cleveland, the Justice one was my shock of the week.
Yes. Like
Shock of
what's
the year,
going on
actually.
here? But
Hey, no shit, Emil. Justice being back. Yeah. Just I don't
mean,
have a better way to say it. Just you know what I mean?
I hope
Happy.
he's back. I mean, I hope that's not just a one and done. I like him.
Same.
I hope he's back. You know, so like you never know what's gonna go down at one of our events. It's an exciting time period, especially when like free agents are coming up or you got international talent that could be coming in at any point in time, or who knows when one of these quote unquote, I guess these television wrestling companies will let us use some of their people. You know what I mean? Like, you never know when any of that shit's gonna happen.
Dude, I have seen okay, we're talking now because it's late night. I have seen more stretchers come off the AEW floor than a GCW floor ever. If there's a
Wow.
company that people think actually has more dangerous work, I'd say it's coming from the AEW side.
I mean,
Look what they did to Nick Wayne after we let him have him. They busted his fucking tooth, fucked up his face. I'm like, what the hell? Welcome to AEW, buddy. Let's take you up to your home territory and fuck you up a little. I was really surprised. They were as rough as they were with him initially.
yeah,
Especially when, we're supposed to watch him down here.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a physical guy when it comes to my role in wrestling, so I can't really speak to that at all. Like I don't know. I don't have any insight to that. But yeah, I mean, homeboy got oh, bro, yeah. I mean, it is what it but you know what I mean? It's not ballet, even though ballet is a very physical thing. I don't know why ballet was
Chosen.
the thing that was chosen. Like, but to use that catchphrase, I guess, like, damn, ballet will fuck your feet up like real quick. Like, anyway,
were you watching a documentary on Netflix or some shit?
no, I just know
He's watching Black Swan.
No, I just know, like, I
love you, Emma.
I've been delivering to, like, y'all know I deliver pizza, my shoot job. Yeah. Like, I've been delivering to the dance studio for the last like 9 years of my life. Like, I see it. I just see it.
Dude,
like
those men can catch 12 feet in the air. Like, it's incredible what we're getting off the subject, but dude, the hops on the men and women, the men are incredible.
But you say we're getting off topic, but we're really not, because like ballet is wrestling essentially. Like, it's a physical performance. You got to like, especially if you're performing with another person, you got to make sure that you're hitting your spots correctly, and you have the artistic merit, and you have all that shit. Like, I mean, figure skating to me is a lot more like pro wrestling than ballet is, but that's a whole nother thing that I could get on. Figure skating rules, by the way. I love it.
You're watching it on the Olympics, aren't you?
No, I haven't. Well, it wouldn't be on this.
Oh wait, that's a winter
wouldn't-
sport. That's a winter
That's
sport.
winter, yeah.
That will be in 2 years. But I
Fucking
haven't
ice
seen.
skating.
Yeah, we have beach volleyball right now, which is
That's a fucking
I-
sport, my friend.
yeah. Well, I like it. It's
I like
good.
volleyball a lot.
We were talking
Well-
earlier, and Brett was saying Nick Gage loses his mind like watching sporting events. I just thought about it.
Yes.
We need a behind the scenes Nick Gage watching these Olympics and losing his mind.
I mean, if I could have gotten footage of him, I mean, not that I saw him saying this, but like I feel like it would be good if I did. Like him watching fencing would be incredible to me. I feel like fencing goes in, bro. Like they also had breakdancing as a
Yes.
Olympic sport this year for the first time. So that could be very that could have a lot of potential. Um
A little
of course,
break into electric boogaloo going on.
how about that lady that did the she did a speed crawl of like 6.9 seconds or something
What?
like that. Did you see that?
No.
No.
Oh, she did a wall climb type activity and she shattered the world record. She got up that bitch in
What?
under 7 seconds. It was crazy. She was going like Spider-Man up this thing. I don't know. I don't even know what the sport is called, but yeah, I don't know. She went crazy. But
Dude,
yeah,
yeah.
summer Olympics are good, I guess. I don't know. Oh,
I like
oh,
the idea.
Did you see? Hold on. Did you see the fucking what country was he from? God damn it. I forget what country he's from. He won his 5th straight Olympic
Oh,
gold
yeah.
medal in freestyle wrestling.
Wow.
Is it a
5
Cuban guy, right? Was it Cuban?
Cuba, I think Cuba. I think it was Cuba. Because it was yeah, it was either Cuba or Chile because it was a Spanish country that started with a C, but I think it's Cuban.
Well, did you
fifth-
hear the whole story about it? Do you know the whole story, like the gold medal match today, or no?
No, I just saw that it happened, and all I know is that this man has been competing for 20 years in the Olympics.
Yeah.
So
So 2020
since 2008,
20.
Jeez.
2008 was his first
Okay.
Olympics.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because the first, yeah, right. So it's 16 straight years, whatever.
Yeah.
8, 12, 16, 20, 24. Right.
So here's the story, Emil. So the guy he beat today from Chile in the gold medal, that guy from Chile was actually on the Cuban team for many years, but he could never
Wait,
qualify.
it was Chile versus Cuba?
Yeah.
Oh my God. How did I knew that I saw both of those fucking things. Did I not just say both of those?
Yep. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But the story is like the guy couldn't even qualify on the Cuban team, like because he couldn't get past this guy to qualify for the Olympics at his weight class. So he ended up moving and wrestling out over for Chile. Got
Oh
his
my
man in the finals and still
God.
lost. All that movement
Wow.
and trying to duck this guy did not work out for him.
So
The backstory was crazy.
How old is this guy that won?
Let me see. I don't see an age on here. 41. Oh wait.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dude, he's
41.
rolling with 20-year-olds at 40.
Yep, and he left his shoes in
Dude,
the thing
shit.
today.
He could be the greatest DDP Batista of all time. Get him in the PC right now. Get him in the PC. Throw him a bag. Let's go.
I will. We could see him in GCW. I wouldn't mind seeing him throw Jimmy Lloyd around for a little bit.
I mean, yes, anybody throw
There's
Jimmy
always
Lloyd
room.
around. Yeah, yes, anybody do that. But like, I need this guy to like if you want to be the best wrestler of all time, like yes, win 5 Olympic gold medals and then like have a match with Gunther at Great Balls of Fire 2025. Like it's okay. It could be literally any show. It could like just do that. Like you remember like when New Japan was bringing in random Russian
Bob Sapp?
sambo fighters? No, this is in like
Kickboxers?
1988,
Oh, way back then.
1989. No, fuck Bob Sapp. I mean, I don't mean that literally. He'll kill me. I respect you, Bob Sapp. Is he still alive? I don't even know. But whatever. Listen, I like Bob Sapp, but what I'm getting
If you
at
fall
is,
down the steps tonight, Emil, that was Bob Sapp.
yeah, exactly. So, but the Russian sambo fighters that Inoki was bringing in to New Japan in like '89 was ridiculous. Like, do you know about these guys? Have you heard about this? Do you know about this?
Didn't
I'm
they
kind of just
usher in
ringing up
strong
on it right
style
now.
kind of? They were kind of part of the building blocks of strong style just because they didn't know how to work outside
Yeah,
of
exactly. It's fucking awesome.
Yep.
Those guys fucking rule. Like, I wish there was like a guy named like Zangief who ruled.
Yep.
That guy was awesome. Like, I wish there were more just random ass guys that showed up from random countries. Just like, yeah, I'm a pro wrestler. And like, I don't know if you are or not, but here's a match with Jack Cartwheel. Let's see what you got. Let's see what happens.
just do what everyone else says. Just claim you were trained by Killer Kowalski and you'll be fine.
I guess. Like, I remember one time, like, here's this first story. Like, I was at the old Force One wrestling school when it was still run by Tommy Cairo. And one day, Jimmy Snuka showed up with 2 Nigerians that claimed to be wrestlers.
This Snook is like, hey, I got these 2. Let's do it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And they were muscular. But when you like, we were like, okay, let's go in the ring, and they didn't know what the fuck to do. They didn't even know how to tie up. Like
He just found 2 Nigerians. Like, he's like, hey.
I guess.
I'm
like,
sorry, that's funny.
That's why I love having Emma on.
Look
You
what
get to
I
hear
found.
These stories, dude.
Look what I
These are
found.
gems, man.
Well, what they told me is like wrestling in Africa is they just trade power moves back and forth.
Yeah.
Like they just throw each other. Like they take turns, like throwing each other. I guess I don't know. Like so when you say okay, tie up, they don't know what the fuck that means. I guess I don't know. To be fair, I don't know if I've ever seen a tie up in soft ground wrestling. So, that could
I
be
was
a
getting
lie.
ready to mention them.
I think
I might have seen a tie up in soft ground wrestling. I don't know. But all I know is these folks that the Superfly Jimmy Snuka brought to Tommy Cairo's school in 2009 had no idea what the fuck was going on, but they looked impressive. And I wish they wrestled on the show. It would have been cool. Would have been bad, but it would have been cool.
Teach them a clothesline and send them out there. Chops and clotheslines.
Yes, that's all you need. That's all you need.
Here's how you deliver a chop, and if they're too close, just deliver a clothesline. Wow.
Jeez.
Hey, look, I found 2 Nigerians. They're going to wrestle for you.
Oh, my
Like,
God.
what?
It was incredible. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
Wow. Well, Snuka, what? Oh, God. Snuka was what, in his early 60s at that time?
Who knows?
Yeah. Snuka's been eternally 55 for 40 years.
I guess, but like that man, that anytime I've ever interacted with that man, he's not been cognizant of anything around him. Either that or he's just the best worker of all time. Like he just figured out like how to work and getting his way out of killing his girlfriend in 1984. And he was like, I don't understand, brother. Good story,
It's like
brother.
It's like when a man gets older and his hearing magically goes, so he doesn't have to listen to anything anymore. He's like, oh, I just can't hear.
Oh,
Yep.
I don't know, brother.
I don't know.
Dude, you threw your girlfriend out of a second-story window. Like, that's bad.
He was coked up too, wasn't he? He was all yoked up at the time, and yeah. And he's like, it wasn't me. It's like,
there's a lot of
who else was in the room?
Story that Vince Jr. covered up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. In case anybody is wondering, I'm very happy with my life. I'm not contemplating killing myself.
Same.
Just in case anybody's listening. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck them.
It's gonna be a knock on his door, and two large black men will be there. Like, you said we couldn't wrestle.
Yeah, you covered up a murder and you shit on a lady's head. You fucking weirdo.
Hey man, you know, money gets you places these days.
Fuck.
Man.
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, that's another. I was getting ready to go somewhere. I don't even want to go.
I'm going off the beaten path right now.
No, I was just saying, you know what a shitty day would. No, I'm not even getting in there.
Shitty day for.
Yeah, could you imagine a shitty day at work for that lady? And then I realized, yeah, she's picking it out of her hair.
Literally.
Oh,
God, how weird is that? How weird of a guy are you, Vinny? How
he was attracted to her too, which is even weirder. He's like, ooh baby, and then he's like, I want shit in your hair. Like,
we want. we
imagine being the shit E, like being the one under there going, is he really? Wait, is that falling? Oh my god.
Okay, no. Imagine being Johnny Ace.
Sorry, guys.
Like, what?
Yes.
What
imagine the first poopy.
That's true. Is that true? I don't know. That's the rumor.
I'm just saying. Imagine the first poopy.
Anyway.
I'm just saying the first
trouble for libel.
No, not at all. Not at all. We're
also Johnny Ace, not a real person. That's a fictional character. Thanks to Makoto Baba. She was fucking anyway. Yeah.
I was ready to go more on that shitting story, but we're good.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying, once you like Ace at one point for the first time must have been like, did he just shit on her? But I mean, after like the third, fourth, or fifth time it's happened at a hotel somewhere, I wonder if he just got, like glazed over.
Johnny Ace was Makoto Baba's ring rat. Like after Johnny
Baba really?
Died.
Really?
Yes, she was.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Sorry, guys, we're bullshitting on something here. No, I had no idea. Really?
Bro. Yes.
So is that where you think it really popped off?
Mrs. Baba was loving up on Johnny Ace.
Wow.
Yes.
Brand, I like your picture.
I was about to say, I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know who. I didn't do that. That's the first time it showed up like that. So I was like, what the hell? Because usually it's just like a blank face. I have no idea what the hell that is. I gotta check that out.
Anyway, I gotta stop. I'm revealing federal secrets out here. So.
I was gonna say this is where we go over to the paid portion of it. This is where we hit the paywall.
Okay, Sean Ross.
I know, right? Yeah, I can only wish. We don't do money. We would like to, but we don't. We've been.
Is that guy like a multi-millionaire for this bullshit? Like, what's he doing?
Dude, I think that he's got quite a few people that tell him some shit, and then he holds that against the fans for a sweet dollar. I don't know.
Post a couple fucking SmackDown spoilers, and you make $1 million. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
Oh my god, the rib is real.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, man, there's not as much, dude. There's not enough money to be dealing with the amount of bullshit that the wrestling fans give him though, too. When you get into the mainstream wrestling fans, it's nasty.
It's so good. I wish. I wish. I love the hate. I like. I like. I look for it because it makes me laugh. Because like, haha, you're hating on me. Meanwhile, I'm checking my flights that I didn't pay for.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm checking into these hotels that I didn't fucking pay for. And I'm getting paid, motherfucker. What are you doing? Are
Yep.
you getting flown across the world to do what you do? No, no, you're not. You're
Oh,
watching somebody who's getting paid to get flown across the world to do what they do, you fucking loser. Hate on
no, it's true.
somebody else, fucking bitch. Like, come on.
Well,
Like,
that's what that deep down goes to, is that person's not happy and they're like, well, I don't like this. And then they, go way
I
too
know.
far with it because they're just not happy with, maybe rent's due or something and they're just pissy. So,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
they're terrible. Ugh, that guy is terrible. Yeah, okay. I'll continue to be terrible while I'm checking into these hotels and getting these flights and doing
Yeah.
all this other shit that I don't fucking pay for because I do it based on the merit of my ability. You fucking idiots. Get
See, and
lost. Get a clue
that's
while you're
why
at it.
I'll tell you, that's why I like to not be too mainstream, is because people will just be up your ass for no reason other than you may do a good job.
But you know what? I get it now, and I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Let me get more mainstream. Give me more hate. I think it's funny. I laugh at you people. You're nincompoops. You don't get it. You'll never
That's the
get
East
it.
Coast coming out in you. That's what that is.
Yes.
That's
Like,
the East Coast.
no, it's just real. It's just real. Like, like anybody who hating on me, like, okay, when's the last time anybody has flown you out and put you up in a hotel to do your chosen profession?
In a city most
When
people will never be in. Yeah.
anywhere, one time. When's one time that's ever happened? No, you just go to your job and do what you do and then go home. You don't get to do what I do
Right.
because you're
Well,
good at
and
what you do. You don't like, our lives are incomparable. Like, I'm about to go to Japan based on merit.
Right. Yep. And
International travel, my
some
man.
people don't like that. You know why? Is because they have
Like,
their
come
job
on.
and they may not be happy because your job is maybe what they want. It's crazy. It's crazy. It really is. What happens is the more you do something good, sometimes the more of a target you get on your back.
Yeah, it's funny.
No one tears
he's
down
not
the
good.
homeless. Everybody tears down the successful.
Yeah. Oh, he's not good. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, I'll just continue having 150 bookings a year and
Yep.
right? Like,
Yep.
yeah, I'm not good. Okay, fine. Think that.
Well,
Think that.
again, I mean, also look at how many say good versus how many say not good. It's like,
Right.
You get 25 good and one says not good. That's cool. Fuck them. It's okay.
It's so funny to me but I mean, we're only talking about that because we're talking about the hate that gets brought upon. Like, I mean, it's just so funny, and like, and Brett, oh man, if he was still here.
He catches it.
The John that he quote tweeted the other day. You ever hear a rumor about yourself and wonder?
Yep. Yeah.
Whatever the fuck the Britt Baker posted, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, because like, I see shit that's written about me on the internet, or I hear shit that's said about me, and I'm like, that's just not true. So then I know anything else that comes out of these people's mouths is bullshit, because like, or not even about me, but somebody I know, and they go online and say, oh, somebody did this, and this. I'm like, That's not how it happened. I was there.
Yeah.
So like anything else you say is not valid. And there's a lot of motherfuckers out there that are not valid.
You know what gets me
But
is
but I'll say this though. This shit is funny. I laugh at it. I think it's hilarious, especially when I know it's not true.
Yeah.
So keep it coming, I guess. Keep me laughing. But like, yo, it's crazy out here sometimes. Like people who think they know. Oh, what was it? What was it? MTV Diary? You think you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
but you have no idea. Bro, the loudest motherfuckers out here, they're the ones showing their ass all the time to the people who really know. You
Uh-huh.
know what I mean?
Well, that's a deep conversation for off the air, but let me tell you, I've learned, I've seen it, especially this last week or two. I've really seen it. The loud ones are generally the ones.
Yeah,
It's weird.
bro.
It's weird.
I started getting it on the Declaration of Independence message board in 2009, bro. Like
Damn.
that's when I started seeing bullshit about me on the fucking internet. Like anything these like that's a thing. Like that place was ruthless. These fucking Twitter trolls these days, 15 years later, they ain't got shit on that. This shit is
Oh,
fucking
a lot of
jelly
them,
beans.
dude, a lot of them wouldn't survive a Call of Duty fucking lobby.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Like they think they're getting on here talking shit on me or GC Dub or like Brett or any of the wrestlers that we have. You think that's cutting? You think
Yeah.
that means anything to us? Bro, that shit
You got to get a thick
source
skin. Yeah.
is source material for us to laugh at. We laugh at
Yeah.
this shit.
Yeah.
We take a screenshot of it, send it to each other, and say, LMAO, look at this dumb shit. Any of these
Yeah.
people, any of these people who think they know what the fuck they talking about, I got a news flash for y'all. It's not what you think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously, like I've seen enough over the past, like you said, over the past couple of weeks, and it's not just that. Like I said, I've been getting
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
for 15. I've been getting it for 15 years. So is Brett. So is anybody else who's been in the game. But like at any sort of level, you know what I mean? But like, damn, that's really what you think? You really believe that? You really believe these stories? You really think that's what it is? You come on. Like, how
Yeah.
dumb can you be? And then we
Well, you
just
have
sit back and we
speculation
laugh
and all
at
that.
it. We just laugh at it. It's stupid.
Radrick made a shirt out of one of his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know why?
Just go with it because it was fucking over the top and
That's
retarded. Like, well, that's not the right way to put
yes,
it, but it's
that's
just
what it
over the
is.
top and it was
No, no,
stupid.
no, no. It is the right way to put it. Like, let's not sugarcoat this shit. Like that, like these people obviously got something crazy going on. And
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
you know what I mean? And it's like, come on, like obviously somebody's doing something right and somebody's doing something wrong. And I wonder if it's the people that are traveling the country, traveling the globe, doing merchandise sales, being and also showing up in all these places, being known by all these people. Is it us that's doing the right thing?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
Or is
No,
it
I get it. I get it a lot.
right?
Or is it the person who's sitting on their ass behind a computer?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like you can hate to a degree, but at least you gotta acknowledge, like, at least they're doing something right.
Yeah.
You might not like it. Listen, GCW might not be your kind of wrestling, even though we have all sorts of different kinds. But can't argue with the success.
Yeah.
And if you try to, well, then something's wrong with you. I don't know how to help you at this point. Like there's only so many sellouts we can point to, only so many times we trended, only so many times we've done this, so many times we've done that, been to this place, been to that place. There's only so many times that we can do that before somebody doesn't recognize it and we just like, all right, well, you just don't get it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, the thing that I've noticed a lot is that wrestling fans don't seem to understand how disjointed independent wrestlers are. It's not like they sit around all day and talk to each other and sit on the couch and play games. Like a lot of them are going home to their own state, and they're all most are going to their shoot jobs. They're not sitting around all day long on the couch with, this wrestler or that wrestler just talking about wrestling all day long. There's a lot of misconceptions. Like not a lot of wrestlers want to sit around and talk about fucking wrestling all day. Fact.
I know it.
They're fucking sick of it sometimes. And they'd rather someone come up to them and just be like, man, what you watching on TV right now? Or something similar to that. I again, if anybody here, which I think all of us may have had just some training, you learn really quickly the brotherhood aspect behind the performers and how much there isn't battle lines drawn, at least from the company perspective. It's really rare to see that. Everybody's almost on the same page. You learn some things, a lot of hugs in that industry, but also a lot of knives. And sometimes they're hugging you just close enough to get that knife in that back. So you got to watch it. It's a wild, wild world, man.
It's a very
on these positive notes.
It's a very individual based cooperative competitive activity. I don't even know what the fuck, I just said a lot of words right there.
It happens.
That might be yeah, but I mean for real, that's what it is. It's an individual cooperative competitive,
it's a good way to put it,
activity. Like, because God forbid you call it a sport, whatever. But like, damn, like it's a crazy thing. You got to be out for yourself, but you got to be out for your brother at the same time. But if it's your brother or you, it's got to be you, right?
Yeah.
So like it can be cutthroat. It can also be very very comrade based. My friend, I'll help you. But like when push comes to shove, you got to look out for number one. And if number one ain't yourself, then you're in the wrong fucking place.
Yeah. It's a good way to put that. Damn, Emil. Emel's sitting here just spitting out 3 a.m. fucking shit like that. Like, hey.
I mean, that's what it is, really. I mean, that's this game. That's this game.
Yeah,
like
true.
you gotta look out for yourself, but like you gotta look out and put on for yourself, but at the same time you gotta be or you gotta be selfish enough to put on for yourself and look out for yourself, but you gotta be selfless enough to work with other people to get yourself up to that next level, right? It's a very fine line between selfish and selfless. But you got to do both in wrestling. You can't be just one, because if you're selfless, you're going to get run over. And if you're just selfish, nobody's going to want to work with you.
Yeah.
You got to play both. And that's the art. It's the art of wrestling.
I've also noticed too, it's just like football or any other sport, the best players aren't always the best coaches and vice versa. Sometimes some players were made to coach.
Well,
So.
and not only that, but like Bobby Eaton, for example, he was a great wrestler, but he couldn't tell you why he
Yeah.
was doing whatever the fuck he was doing. He just knew how to do it. He wasn't the kind of person to be able to explain shit like that. He just knew how to do it. You know, so, some are good at one and bad at the other. Some are good at both. Some are bad at both. You know, it's just you got to find the right mix.
Let's see here. There's that. So what do you say, guys? Anything you wanted to talk to or ask Emil about?
No, I'm good. I got I got nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just chilling at 2:45 on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm just
Fuck
saying,
yeah.
right? I'm just saying random wrestling shit at this point, like whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
here's
as
the
someone-
problem. Me
yeah.
and Emil could go another 6 fucking hours solid. The problem
Mm.
is the GCW fans wouldn't want to hear it. That's
I
the
mean,
problem.
You
'Cause
might have to Sean Ross Sapp it, put it behind the paywall though.
dude, I would
Ah,
you couldn't imagine some of the fun stuff that I would love to collect. I'm still waiting on getting a referee. I want to get at least 4 referees together for one show and have them talk business and so on and so forth. The 2 referees we've had, dude, have been awesome. Between Galt and Perch, they're my favorites.
yeah.
And they were so damn good on the show and
I
so
know,
insightful.
I know Recon will get his ass on here. Did you talk to Recon about it?
Oh yeah, dude, Recon. Okay, I've got quite a few. Like we've got interviews lined up for quite a while. So, yeah, dude, Emil, we're really fortunate. We're in a good place, and we're
Good.
very fortunate that the
Good. I
performers
love to
are
hear it.
nice.
Thank you for
Dude,
doing this. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you for
how
coming
it
on,
is.
man.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is though. Just good vibes. You see me live, you know what it is. We're just having good.
Well,
good
yeah, I
time.
mean, but
That's it.
thank you for taking the time to do what you do. We do what we do to entertain the people, and the fact that you're taking your level of entertainment to the point of having this and producing this and putting this out there for other people to listen to is pretty fucking sweet. So thank you for that. And
That means a lot. Appreciate you.
Yes, it does. Thank you, man.
no, we appreciate it. I mean, it's great. It's great coverage for us, and we need in this game of independent wrestling, because that's really what we still are, independent wrestling. We need everything that we can get in order to compete with these big dogs.
Anything to make it happen. I don't ever try to attach to sinking ships, and where I was at was primarily looking at this thing. Like I'm at the ground level almost going, Jesus Christ, GCW is going to do something special. And then here come all these amazing shows and all this special stuff. And I'm like, fuck, if they just get a good handle on how history spirals, they're doing everything ECW promised, like you said, but they're delivering on it. And then they're upgrading that game. So I'm kind of curious to see where it all goes in the long run. Really am.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're just getting started, man. I mean, we've done a lot of cool shit so far, but really, like, we're just getting started. Like, we're still in the infancy. There's still a lot of things to go. There's a lot of territory to be covered. There's a lot of things to do, a lot of places to see, a lot of people to be with. A lot, just everything. You know what I mean? Like, we barely scratched the surface of what we can do, and I firmly believe that.
Unreal. I love it. I love it. Good shit, Emil. This is what I like to hear, man. This is good positivity. You have a good direction on you. Appreciate that a lot.
I mean, it is what it is, like I see it, I see it from being involved. I mean, just this year alone, I mean, We've already been to, for the first time, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado. We're going to Utah. I
Utah,
mean,
yeah.
you know, we're knocking states off the mat, you know, and every place we're going to, people know who we are. You know, they're familiar with the product. They're not, they're asking, oh, is so like, is Nick gonna be here? Is you know, and anybody on the GCW roster, like you can think of, like they fuck with us. Like when their music hits, the people know who it is. Like
Yep.
and that's in new markets. Like and you know, for promotion, we're not on TV. You know, we don't really do like street advertising. We're online.
Yeah.
We're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Triller TV Plus. You know what I
And then
mean?
you have
Like,
dumbasses like us that are the public wing.
sure, but like we
Yeah.
need y'all. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the fact that we're able to go to all these different places and have people know who we are and know what we're about, know like what the stories are and shit like that. uh that's incredible because we don't have that weekly television format that all these other touring companies have.
Yeah.
We have Triller TV Plus, we have the internet. That's what we got. We got social media and we got our streaming platform. That's it.
Yep.
And really it's up to like word of mouth and viral moments and shit like that in order for us to you know, and of course not, you know, that, you know, the ability to book talents like Matt Cardona, Raj Desi, Matt Hardy, Shayna Baszler, the Creed brothers, you know, whatever. Having the ability to do that helps too. But like having the visibility on the internet and how that spreads, that's very important. So like things like this are very important to our growth because you never know who's going to click on to one of these. Be like, oh, what's GCW? What's this? What's, you know, I like wrestling. What's GCW wrestling? Let me check this out. You never know.
There's one
And
right there in our chat right now. It says, how can I watch? Where can I watch GCW? That's what I was telling him. Triller Plus. He's asking how much it is.
yeah, I see.
Zilla Fatu.
Yeah, he's there.
So
Zilla
yeah,
Fatu's in there.
so people constantly want to find out what's going on where because they just love to see and find out what the hell is going on over at GCW that people are fucking talking about so much.
Hell
Let's
yeah,
see.
absolutely. And you never know what's gonna bring somebody in. You never know like what wrestler, what moment, what video. I mean, all these things are very important. That's why, you know, we're very diligent on our social media and getting these match graphics out there, these video packages, you know, all this shit every day. Every day you see a video, every day you see a match graphic, every day you see something from GCW. We're not, you know, there's not a day that goes by that we're quiet, you know, just trying to build what we've been building for these past few years. Continue to do so.
Well, we ain't stopping over here on this side either. I've already warned Brett. I said, I'm going to bug you now. I'm going to be bugging you in 6 months, and I'm probably going to bug your ass again in a year. Just letting you know, we're
Nice.
not stopping. I told him flat out, I said, as long as you can just be kind enough to help us out, retweeting us once you feel that our message is correct, that's all we need. So,
Hell
and
yeah,
that's
man.
what Brett has been very kind about all that. And I know it's rare, but he's been good with communication. So I'll take that little gift where I can get it.
Hey man, you just got to catch him at a good time.
Yep. That's pretty much it.
No, I've known the man for almost 20 years. You just got to catch him at the right time.
Well, I'm just happy that he comes over here and you come over here and help out. Cause like I said, we're professional fans, but we're amateurs on the mic. So we try our best. And I don't know.
But
this is us giving back.
But like I said, this is this is a way to help our growth, to reach out to the fans, talk to the fans, create that connection. All these things are pivotal to making sure that we're successful. And it's not just a bottom line thing. Like we're not just looking at the profit and revenue of things, but like we genuinely want to put on a good product. So if you got something to say, that can improve what we're doing, or whatever it is, or wrestler suggestion or whatever it is, like, yeah, bring it on. Like,
We try.
we're not
We
afraid.
try.
We're not afraid of that shit. It's
I do worry sometimes if a performer takes something wrong, but we've been very good about making sure that we don't shit on anyone, because it just makes no sense. And we realize that, these people are all at the ground level working individually and together to try to make the same goal happen. So,
but I'll tell you what, having been at, like, I mean, I know when a wrestler deserves to be shit on. And having been at however many GCW shows in a row, there's no wrestlers really that deserve to be shit on.
yeah.
I've seen wrestlers that deserve to be shit on.
The 90s had quite a few. The 90s had quite a few
but
wrestlers.
Like, God, shit. There's some dojo worst performances that I'd shoot some motherfuckers out for. Back in my day. I mean, I've seen it. You might not like this style of wrestling, but that doesn't mean these guys deserve to be shit on.
Right.
That's like, I've seen shit on performances. Trust me.
Well, I was gonna say, your old days, you've probably seen some wildly bad ones.
I've shit on performances in my day, and it was deserving. But it's not any, like, I don't see stuff on GCW shows that I'd be like, boo, fuck this is terrible. Like, no, come on. There's bad wrestling. Trust me, I've seen it.
Yeah.
That's not what we do. You might not like the style of wrestling, or like you might not like this match or that match, but like, we don't do bad wrestling. I'm sorry. I can just put that out there. You might not like the style. You might not like shit. You might not like the style that Jack Cartwheel does. You might not like the style that Danhausen does. You might not like the style that fucking Hoodfoot does. You might not like the style of the of Raj Desi, WWF wrestler. You might not like any of those styles, or like Alec Price or Cole Radrick. You might think that there's some way or another. Whatever. And I'm just saying this to name just random people on our roster. They're all good wrestlers. If you don't like their style, fine. But that doesn't mean you call them bad.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, when Brant and I started this show, we had to actually have a conversation about how we were going to talk about something we didn't like. How to do it respectfully, how to do it responsibly, how not to tear a person down just because we didn't like one little thing here or there, and not also not take 2 or 3 small things and blow it up to be like, well, that's just our overall thoughts on the person.
Well,
One
I
fucked
mean,
up drop kick and they're terrible, and they're not terrible. They just had a bad evening.
No, see, that's the thing. Like, you can nitpick on execution, and man, what the fucking time is it?
Well,
I don't know.
3 a.m.
Okay, so you can nitpick on execution, and you can. I don't really, because if I go down this road, it's going to be a very big rabbit hole that I don't know if I want to go on at this particular juncture.
We can, if it's too much, what I can do is just jump you back on one of the next ones and let you fly.
Maybe,
Hell yeah, man.
Maybe so, because I mean, I will say this. I mean, when it's bad, by all means, call it out. You're not helping anybody by sugarcoating a bad performance. Like, but be educated in what you call bad. Just because you didn't like something doesn't mean it's bad, and also vice versa. Like, because there's also bad that I really like. You know, like it's very strange because it brings me joy. I think it's funny, but like, but like, to get just to circle back to like my original thing, like, you can nitpick on execution, that's fine, but that really hinges on whether or not you believe wrestling should look flawless, or if you believe wrestling should look realistic. And those two things can work in harmony, but also don't work in harmony. Like, if you want your wrestling to look like a fucking nitty gritty thing, you don't want it to look flawless. You want it to look raw. You want it to look a little rugged. You want there to be a bit of struggle. But meanwhile, there's people that have perfectly constructed sequences without an ounce of struggle at all, and they're just moving from one move to one counter to one thing to another, and it looks visibly impressive. That's okay too, but I know what I'd rather see. I'd rather see the shit that makes me think, oh, these guys might be fucking each other up for real, instead of like the manufactured perfect headlock takeover, head scissor, kip up, headlock takeover, headlock. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I just came back. I'll agree with these two.
Yeah. So like, I could go in a whole deal about this philosophy. I just don't feel like doing it at this time because I'll get a lot more animated, and I don't need to do that at 3 a.m.
It happens. No,
Yeah.
That's why I was saying I already know you and I are both talkers. This would be one of those things where if we're not careful, it goes long.
Get
Do
me
you want
out
me
of
to?
here.
No,
Just
you're good.
no, play me out. Just play me out. Just da-da-da. We've had enough of your time here today. This is the end of the show. Thank you for watching. Just do one of those things.
We're
It's
getting
fine.
there. Not yet, though. I just knew we were approaching the 4-hour mark, and sometimes it kicks us off. So I wanted to make sure we aren't getting killed by our thingy.
Please, you can do it whenever. It's okay because
No problem.
I don't need. I can't continue on this way, my friend. Because there's if I break the fucking the dam, as it were, it's just gonna be a flood. I can't have a flood right now. I need to go. You need to tell me to leave. Be the homeowner of the person who has
Of the
stayed
property.
until 5 a.m. Say, sir, I need to get some sleep. You need to leave my house. Something like that.
No, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about them. I can go for another 3 hours, and I don't want to do that to these guys.
Yeah, I'll say you guys are gonna go. I'll get off because I got school.
I'm gonna need you to pick up this hint.
Will do.
A little bit more.
Will do.
Kick me off of the show.
Okay, will do. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of wrap it up here. Emil, we fucking love you. You know how it is.
Thanks for coming on, Emil. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, brother.
I'll keep in contact with you. I'll DM you behind the scenes here, and then we get a chance to just get you right back on as soon as possible.
Yeah, do it tomorrow.
I love having you.
Do it tomorrow. I'm done.
Will do.
Because if you do it today, I might just type my thumbs away. It's gonna be bad. I don't need it. I need to sleep. I need to sleep and forget about it.
A good indica, smoking a good indica right now will get you nice and relaxed.
I have no idea what kind of weed is in my bowl right now, but it's in my bowl right now, so it's gonna get smoked. So anyhow, thank you for having me. I appreciate y'all. I'll talk to you guys when I get back from Japan at some point, whenever that is. Also Los Angeles. John, am I seeing you in Los Angeles?
No, I had my mom's I got set back a little bit, so
okay. I mean, I don't really mean it. Whatever.
I know you.
I'll see you again sometime soon. But yeah, I'll be in contact with you guys after Japan.
Yeah, my money just went crazy, so I'm waiting another show or so before I can really afford to come back out. So as soon as I can, though, dude, you have no idea. The last code for LA, the pre-sale was Wolf. I could have fucking died. I'm like, I can't afford to go, and the last name is the pre-sale. I'm like, fuck.
You set your ass up.
Yeah, time. Well, have a great night, Emil. We love you, brother. Appreciate you
again, Emil.
Appreciate y'all. Love you.
Be safe in Japan.
Care. Yes.
Safe travel.
See. I'm going to Shinjuku. Yeah, let's go.
That's gonna be awesome.
Fuck yeah. Goal met. All right, take care, man. Have a good one.
Later. Appreciate it.
Off it goes. All right, there we go. Well, this night was completely different than what we expected in a good way.
Yes, very much so. Sorry.
Brent is yawning. He wanted to get to bed an hour ago. I already knew it.
2 hours ago.
But, well, yeah, it happens.
It's hard. As soon as they come on, I don't care. It's over. Like that's why I was like, I don't know. Well,
Chip kicked ass too. I'll take it.
Yes, and
you got to tell your story.
He's 2 for 2. He's 2 for 2 every time he's been on here. Brett's been on, so
yeah, I didn't want to say that. That's all I was like. You're like, ask questions. I'm like, dude, all I can think about is last time I was here, Brett was here. We broke records, and now the second time Brett's here, Emil's here, we're going even longer. I'm just like,
right.
Okay,
great one, man.
Great one's asking the one.
Oh,
He said,
not
"Are we
now,
getting
man.
the rest of the
I'm gonna say me
I
and you, John. I will hit you up tomorrow, and we will figure this out. And try to do
Okay,
something
yeah.
to. If anything, maybe me and you will just do a tape. Or John, Chip, if we want, maybe we can say time like just quickly finish it, just do a non-live one, and then put it out another. Because I know the Body Slam Network has streams pretty much all night long, every
Yeah.
night throughout the week, and I don't want to cut over anybody because of what we did. So maybe we could just post something or record something not live, and then give our review, and then post it out like Friday at 12 or whatever times or whatever days or anything. So we'll figure something out.
Yeah, whatever. Just DM me. I mean, I'm pretty open. I got wrestling school till 10 o'clock tomorrow my time. So I mean, if you guys are going after that, like I'd be able to get on. I just have wrestling practice from 6 to 10. So
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure it out. We'll try to figure something else out here. But thanks so much for hopping on, man. Sorry we didn't get to cover do our normal
dude,
plan
like
again.
I got enough. I got to talk about them and talk to Brett and thank him and all that. Like this was, I don't know. When I sent that message out to him, I was like, he'll come on. So I was kind of, I figured he'd be on, and then he did. I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna shut up and let the man talk. So,
We didn't get no
Yeah,
breaking news, but I think we got some other information that was fun and useful.
oh yeah,
I
man. There's
appreciate
like I
it.
said, 2 for 2 with Brett coming on. I love coming on your show. Like yeah. If you guys need me, come on tomorrow or whatever. Just let me know. I'll do it.
Awesome, man.
Hell yeah,
Appreciate
man.
it so much, man.
Yeah, we'll keep you on DMs one way or another. If you're not talking to him, you're talking to me. You know how it goes.
Yep, sounds good.
Hey, seriously, thank you though. I appreciate you popping out here because it was awesome as hell, and that you were able to share your story, and especially something so special was really cool of you.
Oh yeah, like that's what I mean. I don't mind it. I'm up till 3 o'clock most of the time anyway. I usually work at night. Like I work at Applebee's, so we don't close till 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Gotcha.
So it's
Gotcha.
just like,
Got it.
so I'm used to the nightlife. But yeah, putting over my kids, I'll do that anytime. This was fun.
Yes,
Totally
we'll
worth
definitely
it,
give
man.
them another one.
Yeah.
Well, you ready to send this fucker out? We're already
Yeah,
at 4
thank
hours.
you everybody for this 4-hour show. Yes, I know not the review. Like I said, we will keep track of our socials at Game Changer Week, right? For you, John? Is it Game Changer Week?
Game Changer
Okay.
Week.
And I'm still on the GCW Plant podcast. If you want to
Whoop, whoop.
follow us for information, me and him will get together sometime tomorrow, and we'll post something out maybe tomorrow of what our plans are or what's going to happen, and we'll figure something out. But sorry for the difference of the show, but when Brett comes on, we will make way and get him on because it is a treat. He doesn't get to go on a lot anyway. So appreciate it, everyone. Yeah, appreciate having everyone stick here for 4 hours and everyone that came on.
Well, he said peace. So we got our
Semper
listeners
Fi.
saying goodbye.
Wow.
Again, great one. We're gonna figure it out, dude. I'll DM you if I have to and let you know what the situation is.
No worries, dude. I understand what's going on. I was just like, yeah, the man was on. We let him talk.
Yep.
So
Yeah, let him go. That's what it's all about. If he's gonna be,
Mhm.
nice enough to come on, we're just gonna let the man fly. Listeners really want to hear from him more than us, and that's okay. So,
Yeah.
no.
oh, all right.
Let's get him out of here, John. You ready? Chip, maybe
Yeah,
you
well.
stay for our endings. Maybe you know the endings too. Hop in on it.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
All right, here we go. Long live
live.
G
G C
W.
W. All right. Have a good night, y'all.